All right, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. I'm not sure what just happened there. My microphone just like wasn't working. Hopefully it's good now. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. First and foremost, Michael Werneth. Yes. Shadowlink, Lady Gamer, Ray, Ghetto God, Kay, what is going on, guys? I hope everybody is doing well on this Friday. It's Friday, and boss is here nice and early. Whiskey Gaming, what's going on, man? Michael, I had to call you out. You're the one who likes the streams. You're the one who encourages others to like the streams. You're the one who incentivizes them. But yes, if you could do me a favor to help out Press X Podcast, please take a moment and hit that like button. You guys have been doing great. Really, really, really good job on the past couple of streams. Boss is here. He's excited. We have some really interesting topics to go over and talk about today, guys. Look, I was not planning on once again talking about the PlayStation 6 and talking about the PlayStation handheld and next gen, but the leaks just keep pouring in, man. We just keep getting more and more. And what we're hearing today might be the most significant when it comes to leaks, not just about the PlayStation 6 price, but the handheld and Sony's overall strategy. Boss, can you stop doing whatever you're doing, bro? Like, stop that. We're going to be talking about that extensively. This is coming from Moore's Law is Dead. We might even check out his video that he released. We won't watch the whole thing, of course, but maybe just a couple segments of it to hear what he has to say, because he's getting this directly from developers who are, either at Sony or working with Sony. So very, very interesting. MBG looks like Pragmata and Saros Deluxe Edition are digital only, and they're the only ones getting the DLC. That's annoying. Why not physical copies? I'm pretty sure you'll still be able to get the DLC for it separately. Pragmata I can't talk to, but maybe Saros, they usually do that. Yeah, it's annoying, man. They're really trying to push you towards digital. Raven, what's going on, man? Happy Good Friday to you as well. Yo, I found out Rich Rod owns an Xbox. What we doing with Rich Rod? Mutiny? Yeah, I don't know. We have to think about that. We have to think about that one, bro. Rich Rod owning an Xbox? And Ray comes in. We got Metal Gear Ray.
But that was some fancy
He wants
shooting.
to be the first one today
pretty good.
to start a train. He drops 5 member gifts for you guys. Ray, thank you so much for that, buddy. I appreciate it. Michael says, hey, dude, this is when I think you say a large influx of subs back in 2019, 2020 when you were talking about the PS5. You're everyone's go-to for info. I hope so. I mean, we'll see what happens to the buildup of the PlayStation 6 this time, you know. When the PS5 was coming around, yeah, I saw a massive influx of traffic on the channel, but it was also due to the pandemic as well. It was like a potent combination. I don't expect it to be exactly the same, but you know, it's funny because like I encounter people today, for example, and Ray, let me add those member gifts to the goal. Thank you again, Ray. I appreciate the support, buddy. And yeah, if you guys want to support the channel as well, we're completely fan-funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. You guys power the channel. Consider becoming a member, gifting memberships like Ray. We hit 25. We'll feed the beast here. Consider dropping a super chat or a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can help support what I do here. And I very much appreciate it. So big shout out to everybody who makes it possible. Really, thank you. But, you know, I encounter people like today, for example. I'm not going down a rabbit hole here. I just want to point something out. So I posted about this leak from Moore's Law is Dead, if I can find it. So hardware leaker Moore's Law is Dead revealed Sony has notified developers they are preparing a transition to have a new foundation that will scale games across their new family of devices. They made it more obvious to developers behind the scenes that the power saver mode for games on the PS5 is to have games ready for the PlayStation handheld that's coming. He also revealed what Sony is calling PlayGo. I don't like that name. Sony's version of Xbox's smart delivery. It was introduced a few weeks ago in PS5 SDK Update 13. Sony also informed developers they are winding down support for PS4 and sunsetting it, going into the next generation transition with the PS6 and the PlayStation handheld. And, somebody left this reply. They said, does anybody care anymore? I loved PS4, but Sony really dropped the ball on PS5 and PS5 Pro. I actually enjoyed my PS4 Pro way more than the PS5 Pro, and it was a significant boost. PS4 had a ton of exclusives too. Felt like it was worth it. And I had to reply to this person, and I said, actually, yeah, a lot of people care. What you see people saying on the internet doesn't necessarily translate to real life. And that's just something I wanted to take a moment to highlight, because this is something that I feel like we continue to see in the PlayStation 5 generation, and especially with these leaks regarding the PS6, is people just have this kind of like, who cares mentality. And it's like, I assure you, tens of millions of people absolutely care. Absolutely. I think it's the kind of entitlement mentality, where it's like, well, I don't care, so most people probably don't. And it's like, I don't think so. It's okay if you don't care. You don't have to care. You don't have to care at all. But it's so funny to me, dude, because if you go to the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, oh, this is interesting. I'll check that out in a minute. Something else just popped up. We got a couple things. we got a couple things to go over today. On the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, somebody posted this information we got from Moore's Law is Dead, saying PlayStation 6 is not many years away. Leaks suggest Sony is working on imminent generational transition with handheld support and PlayGo smart delivery. And I just think the internet is a funny place, man. It's a funny place. This person responds, and they got like 104 upvotes saying, have fun with it, guys. I'm probably going to get off the PlayStation train at the next stop considering console prices. Edit, guys, I'm not planning on getting a gaming PC either, so you can put that argument to bed and tuck it in with warm milk. And it's like, no one cares. I mean, I care enough to point it out, but it is just funny to me, that we're going to see this going into this generation where people are going to try so hard to be like, we don't care. And in reality, it's like, no, you don't care. You don't care. And we don't care that you don't care. Sony doesn't care that you don't care. It's going to be funny, man, because I have just such a strong feeling that the majority of people you see, if you feel passionate enough to proclaim, to exclaim on the internet that you're not getting a PS6, guys, I'm announcing I'm not getting a PS6. I'm not supporting it. It's over. It's done. I'm getting off the PlayStation train. Bro, you're the first person that I'm pretty sure is going to be on the PlayStation train. I just read it that way. Where it's like, why do you feel the need to really express that so forward facing, so publicly? Like, everybody's got to know, like, oh, guys, this, random user on X doesn't care. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, they're probably going to be the first one buying it, dude. Maybe not the first one, but give it like 3 months and they'll be like, all right, I bought it. It's going to happen. Anyway, Kane Z7, thank you for the generous super chat, buddy. You're saying, MBG, I was thinking about your latest video, and I think Sony, with its smart delivery, might label the next-gen consoles just PlayStation, and devs will release games for just PlayStation, and no matter the console you're on. I thought about this as well, Kane, and I think that there is something to this. I really do think there is something to this, because we know they're getting rid of PSN, and they're replacing it. And Michael Werneth, there's my boy. Michael Werneth comes in, and he makes it rain membership gifts on you guys. He drops 20 gifts from the sky. He didn't even ask you guys to like the stream. He's just doing it. That's how much he believes in you. Michael Werneth. Michael membership. Thank you so much for that, Michael. 20 gifts, and Boss is going to be very happy. Boss, you don't have to wait long. They did it for you. They already got to 25. So Ray dropped 5. Michael dropped the 20. And he says, like the stream, damn it. Yeah, guys, make sure you like that stream. Let's get 20 more likes for 20 member gifts. Titus, do not dislike the stream. I repeat, do not dislike the stream.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
All right, here we go, boy. Oh, sorry, boss. It's all you. You got this, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. Why are you going up there? He has to go all the way up there. There you go. So Boss is a very happy cat right now. And Michael, once again, thank you so much for the generosity. Big shout out to all of the support you guys have been showing. A lot of super chats, a lot of membership gifts. It all contributes to the channel and allows me to maintain focus. God knows I need to. All right. I was wondering, I'm just going to throw this out here. I don't know that I'm going to do it, but I was just thinking about it starting maybe Sunday. I was thinking about potentially doing like a weekly goal. I don't know if that's better or not, The only thing that I think may make it not a good idea is the fact that we're so used to hit every time we hit 25, Boss gets some treats. So I feel like if I were to do like a weekly goal, it might, some people might think we got rid of that. We're not doing that anymore. Which we're not, obviously. Stick with the daily. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. What are my rewards for weekly goal? Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I was kind of leaning towards the idea of like trying to strive for a weekly goal to do Morning with the Misses. So that way I don't have to do like a pre-stream member drop thing. But at the same time, I don't know. The pre-stream member drop thing on the days we do Morning with the Misses, people don't seem to have a problem with it. It seems to work pretty well. But I just wonder, for the sake of convenience and just kind of streamlining, if maybe just having like a weekly goal that we're going to strive for, and that'll basically be the reward, right? We do like a special like members only stream. I don't think I ever really tried it before. No, I may have for like 1 week or something, and I forget how it went. It's just something I'm thinking about. Any news in the PO box? Patience, Ray. Patience. My goal is, I'm thinking, let me see. I'm looking at the calendar. I'm hoping by the second week of April. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know which day, but basically the week we do Morning with the Misses, the week between April 12th and 18th, we could have it set up by that point. But I'll be sure to let you guys know when we make that happen. What is Boss's reward for weekly goals? That's the real question. More treats. I don't know. Catnip? It's been a little bit since he's had some catnip. Although those treats have catnip in it, so never mind. Careful, someone will creep around your P.O. box. I hope not. That would be concerning. Game streams. Yeah, we're going to be doing more game streams as well. My new HDMI cable came in, and I set it up, and I tested it yesterday to make sure everything's working smoothly, and it's all working great. Now that I've said that out loud, it's probably not going to work when I go to do it live, but we are in a good position. I should have no problem whenever I want to stream gameplay doing so now. So we'll be able to get back to doing that. And so you, a.k.a. Mr. Hamster, saying, have you played MGS3 Remake? Trading my Neo 3 and 4. I have. I got the Platinum for it. I even played the Fox Hunt multiplayer for like 100 hours. I thoroughly enjoyed the Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, Mr. Hamster. And I think you will too. It's amazingly done. Konami really did a great job. What am I playing right now? JMR, you're saying you're playing God of War Ragnarok. Right now, I'm playing Marathon. I just got the platinum for Power Rangers Rita's Revenge. So that's my 58th platinum. But right now I'm trying to get the last trophies that I need for Marathon. I've decided I'm going to just try to platinum it because I'm far enough along. The problem is the last couple of trophies I need, they're a grind. Like I'm going to probably need to put at least another 50 to 60 hours into it, which is a lot, but it's a multiplayer game and I've been playing it nightly with my buddy online. So, I'm just like kind of racking up the hours. I've gotten a lot better at it. And the next single player game I want to play is Mouse PI for Hire and hopefully Pragmata leading into Saros. We'll see how that goes though. It's a lot of games. Drowning in games, man. Take Boss with you to the P.O. box so he can kick some ass. Yeah, I don't think Boss wants to leave the house. I don't know about that. We have Mustafa with a milestone chat, a member for 30 months. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, hey, man, don't forget to sign up for the State of Decay 3 alpha test. See you there. Whoa, hold on. Shout out to Jake Skew. He sent me this. First topic of the day. Xbox game. State of Decay 3 is back from the dead, and you might be able to play it soon. State of Decay 3 has been missing in action from several Xbox live streams and game showcases for years now. But at long last, the threequel has resurfaced, and developer Undead Labs has announced that it will be hosting an alpha test for the zombie apocalypse survival game. Signups are now live for the State of Decay 3 alpha, and Undead Labs also posted a new video showing off teasing the long-in-development title. Ooh. Hold on, let me see if I can sign up for it. Sign up for playtest. Join the wait list. Where can I play it? Sign up for the playtest. Do I have to play it on Xbox? Hold on, I have to give my my birthday here. What the? This isn't working. Hold on. I'm checking to see. Sign up with Discord. Man, I don't want to join no Discord. See, why can't it ever just be normal? Why can't they just be like, play the alpha? There you go. They're going to get MBG in the official State of Decay Discord. Maybe. Maybe. I haven't joined any other Discords. Really, that's going to be the first one. I do want to try the... dude, I'm not going to lie, though. I would absolutely play that. By the way, yeah, Ray just dropped the Discord link for the MBG Discord in the chat. Feel free to join the Discord if you haven't. It's, free, as in, like, you don't have to be a member or anything. You can just join. Just ask you to be respectful over there. Everybody's respectful on the Discord. It's been going really good. I appreciate that. Don't forget Starfield MBG. Did you see the trailer I posted in Discord? It'll have DualSense enhancement for the PS5. I did see that, Ray, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's no release date for the Duskbloods, but apparently they updated their website and they confirmed it's coming at the end of this year. Really curious to see how that turns out. Also curious to know if that's a permanent Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive or if that's eventually going to come to PlayStation. Check the link for the Discord. I also, just a heads up, I do link the Discord now in my pinned comment in the stream. And it's like an updated link. So if you ever need another spot to find it. I think that's how I got to play the Elden Ring beta, just from joining the Bandai Namco Discord. This is good news though, man. I'm really happy to hear about this because, there's been some concern that maybe State of Decay 3 would end up getting canceled and it's, it's not going so smoothly or something. It's been in development for a very long time, but I have no problem port begging for State of Decay 3. I really hope that's a day one PS5 game. If it's not, I'll play it wherever it is. I'll buy an Xbox for it. But if I have to. But yeah, man, that's a game I would like to try out early. I'm just so curious to see what's changed from the second game to the third. Because the second game was good, but You could tell like it wasn't really that big of a step up. No Shot Duskblood stays exclusive to the Switch. That's the wrong crowd for that game. Well, how long are we thinking for exclusivity? 1 year? Longer than 1 year? All right. Well, we probably should dive into these topics now. So just a heads up, other topics we're going to be talking about outside of the PlayStation 6 leak is and we might I think I'm going to start with this because we've been talking so much about the PlayStation 6. I think I'm going to start with this topic here. And basically it's that Sony is beginning to make it more and more clear, just for those who were in denial or maybe just simply didn't believe Jason Schreier or Nate the Hate's reporting on it, that they're moving away from PC. So, first off, this was trending due to a report from Insider Gaming. It says PlayStation games on PC took 3 years to earn $300 million. The LinkedIn account of a former PlayStation employee offers new insight into how PlayStation generated profits by bringing its games to PC. Jerry Liu, I think that's how you say that, was previously the PC planner and insights manager at PlayStation from January 2021 to June 2023. On his LinkedIn page, he notes that he increased the division's net revenue from $0 to $300 million during his time overseeing the brand. Some of his responsibilities included providing insights to persuade leadership to adopt a more aggressive pricing strategy, which helped increase the business unit's gross revenue by 25%. Additionally, he analyzed the PlayStation catalog to identify valuable underutilized games to bring to the PC market. In contrast, PS4 and PS5 software sales hit that $300 million milestone in just a single year. PlayStation is reportedly moving away from PC. Recently, reports suggest that PlayStation may be stepping back from porting its single-player games to PC. In March, it was reported that plans to release Ghost of Yotei as well as Saros were canceled, and that future titles will not be coming outside of, the Rare live service. Now, to just talk about this for a moment, the reason why people are so focused on this is because it once again highlights why Sony is moving away from PC. We talked about how Sony's revenue that was generated from porting games to PC just simply was seemingly not good enough to continue justifying their aggressive approach. And, it could have been more aggressive if they decided to go day and date, but they're just not making money that they deem to be enough to keep doing it. It's not worth whatever potential damage it may be doing, even if it's a small amount of damage, very small percentage. Even if that's the case, Sony deems it not worth it. And now we have confirmation that it made about like $300 million, which, don't get me wrong, to me, $300 million is a crap load of money. But, when you look at the bigger picture and all the money that the PlayStation brand generates, that is a drop in the bucket. That is completely, I don't want to say completely insignificant. That's like the budget of one AAA game. But again, going into the PS6, they've just decided that's not going to cut it. And we have Easy Tone here with a $20 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. Here we go again, inhaling dust and cat hair. This is what. Hold on. This is the problem when boss sits on my lap for too long. Surrounded by cat hair. Sorry, Easy Tone. I just want to make sure I can actually read your super chat without like choking to death. He said, watched yesterday's stream. The rant about Sony mismanaging Naughty Dog was satisfying. How you don't bet big on an IP like The Last of Us and dump a bank vault on Bungie/Marathon is baffling. Marathon's pathetic numbers is delicious karma. Damn. Delicious karma. Well, I'm glad that you watched yesterday's stream, Easy Tone, and I appreciate that you appreciate my take on that, where, I know it's a bit loaded, it's a bit it's an emotionally driven rant, but you know, it is just a sad situation. And look, I don't know what to believe when it comes to Marathon's numbers, but if I bring it up right now, Marathon Steam Concurrent, there's 22,568 people playing Marathon right now. The 24-hour peak was 36,374. So not amazing, but not as bad as I think some people were making it sound. But what I can tell you with those numbers, especially because the all-time peak is 88,337, yeah, not worth dumping a bank vault on. I agree. Absolutely agree with that, bro. It does seem like it's on a steady decline, though, overall. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what the craziest thing is, too? The craziest thing is I think the first major content drop for Marathon isn't happening until June. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, as somebody who is currently playing Marathon, I can tell you that once I get the platinum, I'm done. I'm not coming back. At least I don't plan to, unless they do something really awesome that catches my attention, but I doubt it. Knowing that there were only 14 trophies to earn is the whole reason I decided to pick it up and try it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We do have some good news, though, at least what I think a lot of people will consider good news about Naughty Dog today. Another topic we're going to be talking about is how Uncharted does seem to be returning. It's trending today. Sure, one of my cats. Just heard boss meow. It is trending right now because you know, we've been talking for a while about the second game that Naughty Dog has in development, and it seems to be nearly confirmed that it's Uncharted related. And I think that's a big deal for a lot of people because they're, you know, I mean, Uncharted is one of Sony's biggest franchises, like by far, one of the biggest. And it's been a long time since we've gotten anything regarding Uncharted. So we'll go over that. But I want to make sure to continue to talk about this PC-oriented discussion here because we have another interesting situation. So over on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, it says possible confirmation of Jason Schreier's previous report. Sony updates PlayStation Studios descriptions, hinting at a shift away from PC. Sony appears to have quietly updated their descriptions across multiple PlayStation studios, which may indicate a shift in strategy away from PC. First, Bluepoint Games has been removed following its closure. RIP Bluepoint. For Valkyrie Entertainment, the description was changed from a studio focused on bringing high-quality console titles to PC to now it reads providing top-tier co-development expertise to several of PlayStation Studios' most iconic award-winning franchises, including Astrobot, Helldivers 2, and God of War. Sony's ex-dev team also changed their description. They said collaborating with ambitious external studios around the world. They went from that to saying partnering with talented independent studios to publish exciting exclusive titles for PlayStation players worldwide. Now, the only studio, as far as I'm aware, on their website that actually has PC mentioned is Nixxes Software, which is understandable. There's no way they could remove that because that's literally all they've done at PlayStation for the past 5 to 6 years. But this is another indication, and you're gonna pick up on this when we go over the new leak from Moore's Law is Dead, that there is a major transition happening inside of PlayStation right now. There's like an upheaval to a certain extent as to like the direction they're going in and their overall strategy for the brand going forward. But these are just more and more hints that what we've been hearing is turning out to be true. That being that Sony really is walking away from PC, generally speaking. And even though they're going to continue to release their live service games on PC, it's interesting to think that they really don't have many live service games left to release, right? I mean, there's Marvel Tokon, there's Horizon Hunters Gathering, there's Fair Games, but I mean, is Fair Games even real at this point? Does Fair Games even exist? Outside of that, I don't think there's really much else. It does make me wonder if Sony's planning on doubling down on their single-player efforts going into next gen. Oh, yeah, true, true. Thank you, Jack. Project Gummy Bear. Project Gummy Bears. That's true. Team LFG. Yeah, dude. Oh, my God. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you. I know we haven't seen that game. I think it's going to be disastrous, bro. They're going to quadruple down on live service. Nicodemus said, I ate my first snake last night. MGS is definitely starting to get its hooks into me. I'm glad to hear that. Second person bringing up MGS3 Delta. Yearly MLB The Show will also continue to appear on PC. I don't think it's available on PC, is it? Is MLB The Show on PC? Because it's interesting. Gran Turismo is not on PC. And that's like a major live service for Sony. And I don't think MLB The Show is either. Anyway, let's move on to this major. Well, we don't have to move on right away. I don't want to rush it. Boss, why do you look like that, dude? Are you okay? You good? Dude, Boss looks. He like expanded. Like he's scared. Something's scaring him. Surprise to me, MLB The Show is not on PC. My bad. Well, I think there were some rumors that they were going to bring it to PC, but I mean, that's what makes this kind of fascinating, right? Where Sony has these live service games that are very successful not being on PC, but they also have something like Helldivers, which is vastly successful on PC. So, if you're in Sony's position, you probably figure, okay, well, MLB's working by not being on PC. Why bother? Gran Turismo is a system seller and is working very well not being on PC. Maybe hold that one back, Titus, happy Easter to you as well, man. Web5 Gamer is saying history is repeating itself. Sony gets arrogant, loses billions, and has to return to the basics. Yeah, I mean, again, man, it's just poor investments, unfortunately. But I can't deny I'm starting to get excited. I really am. I'm starting to get excited at what the PlayStation 6 generation could end up delivering, because I know that we've been so focused on pricing. And actually, one of the things we're going to talk about today, because Moore's Law is Dead is really doubling down, saying that the PlayStation 6 is going to be cheaper than the PS5 Pro, which, doesn't mean it won't be expensive, but I think that would surprise people. He's doubling down on that, but we've been so focused on the conversations surrounding pricing and release timing and all that, there's kind of this bigger picture notion, in my opinion, that, dude, the PS6 generation may actually be awesome for PlayStation fans. Like, I feel like not enough PlayStation players have actually considered that, and I get it. There's no reason necessarily to believe 100% that the PS6 will somehow be better than the PS5 in terms of, overall levels of satisfaction with how Sony handles the generation. It's fair to just, make them work for it, make them earn it, let them show you first. But I think there is a certain level of promise here, that is worth getting at least a little bit excited about. And Titus drops a £5 super chat saying, appreciate that, MBG. Happy Easter to everyone. Hope you have a nice day. Well, thank you, Titus. You too, man. You too. Yeah, it's been going pretty good. I've been feeling pretty okay. I've been sticking to my routines, spending some time with the family. Gonna have an off day tomorrow. Like I said, me and Mrs. MBG, our anniversary's coming up. We're gonna be taking a little trip, so it's good times, man. And yeah, we got Easter. Spending some, quality time with the family on Easter. I think I'll still be streaming on Easter, but probably not as long. Probably like a shorter stream. And spend like the afternoon and evening doing some Easter festivities, But thank you for the super chat, Titus. Kind of hope Sony will do us a solid and be able to use the hard drive from the PS5 and slap it on the PS6, but I know I'm coping. I mean, I don't see why it couldn't be like that. You know, I feel like Sony would have to, boss. Hey, hey. There's no way. Guys, did we lose? Am I good? Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that either. Okay, hold on. I'm only giving you a couple more. I don't need you torturing me today. That's it. No more after that. Sorry. He's like walking behind my monitors and stuff. He's gonna like disconnect my camera. Come on. I mean, I don't see why we couldn't use the current disk drive. I mean, I get from Sony's perspective, there's a lot of money potentially to be made from PlayStation users like myself and like you, Steven, that care about physical games and care about having the disc drive. But I mean, there'll probably be some kind of excuse like, well, the PS6 is designed differently in the disc drive that we made is custom for the PS5. I don't know. Finally, PC trash is done. Damn, Muhammad. And Easy Tone with another $10 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, to put that $300 million in perspective, Ragnarok sold about 15 million copies at average sales price being $45 minus fees, etc. That'd be about $700 million. One game doubled 5 years of ports conservatively. That is crazy when you put it in that perspective, Easy Tone. I mean, dude, this is where we need to just acknowledge something here, you know, without sounding too fanboyish about it. But I just think it's an actual real analysis in that, like, Sony has a lot of strength in their own platform, and they should not be afraid, or maybe that's not the right way to put it, not be afraid, but they should not be so worried about trying to find some kind of external growth when in reality it's like you probably have a better chance of trying to grow your own first party sales through your own console ecosystem before you do going outside of that ecosystem. That, and I'm just saying that in regards to Sony, because Sony, again, man, they're in this position where to the right of them, they look at Nintendo, and Nintendo is doing just that, where they're like, we have increased our first-party software sales simply through our hardware. Nowhere else. Through our own hardware and our own ecosystem. To the left of them, they have Microsoft, who did the exact opposite, where they're like, we literally can't increase our software sales through our own hardware because people aren't buying our hardware, and therefore they are not buying our games that are exclusive to our hardware. So now we're going to find that outside, you know, externally. And that's where I feel like Sony's still in a position of strength. And I think maybe they did have this realization where, like, dude, yeah, look at how many copies you're selling of something like God of War Ragnarok on PlayStation, something like Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation. I know that they have this drive where they want to pump those numbers up. They want to get them higher. Of course, that's natural. But it just, you know, I think them kind of moving these games to PC, it sends a signal that they believe they can't do that, or there's no possibility of that happening. And that could be true, but I don't know, man. Like, when you consider God of War Ragnarok, I think broke a bunch of records or something for Sony, where it was like the fastest selling game of all time for them. I'm like, I don't know, man. That's considering you're talking about games that are already getting off to amazing starts sales wise. You know, maybe not all of them being record breaking, but just holding their own and then some. I don't know. I want to see Sony, like, there's this feeling that they are going back. They're looking more inward. And in turn, they're kind of looking at the PlayStation fan a little bit more than they maybe were throughout this generation. This idea that, like, we want to lean on you guys more this time around. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, yes, you should do that because we're the people that are excited to be here. You know, like, we're the ones that are excited to be here. The people you're trying to appeal to outside of us, that's fine. You're trying to get new customers. You're trying to win people over. That's totally understandable. But, when you evaluate those efforts objectively, you begin to realize that I don't think this is working. Not in the way that you had hoped. But yeah, man, God of War Ragnarok, what a fantastic game, dude. So happy to see that both God of War 2018 and Ragnarok did incredibly well, because the future of the God of War franchise is looking really, really bright. I mean, between the remakes, but also just the next mainline God of War game and Corey's game, dude, I'm so nervous about that. But yeah, man, the Faye game is coming, and I'm not looking forward to the wave of negativity that's going to inevitably come with it. I just think people are insane. I do. Like, I really do. I think it's okay to be skeptical of a Faye game, but I think people are insane where they're like already like, boo. And it's like, bro, we haven't, like, can we give Cory Barlog a chance? That's what blows my mind, is like, what more do you want from this man in terms of him proving himself as a game director? Give him a chance. Give him a chance to fail. Give him a chance to succeed. Sorry, I'm just ranting about something else entirely now. And Easy Tone with another $5 chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, speaking of Sony exclusives, what's your gut feeling on Saros' success? I feel there's solid hype. A friend who didn't play Returnal is even hyped. I guess my intuitive feeling with Saros is this. I don't think it's going to be able to match what you see a lot of Sony's bigger, like, tentpole titles do, like something like what we'll see with Wolverine, or even God of War Ragnarok, or The Last of Us. I don't think it's going to achieve that. But I do think what it will achieve is something in between what we saw with Returnal and what we see with something like, let's say, what's like a cool, like something like Ghost of Tsushima or Yote, where it's not going to hit 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 million sold, but I do think it's going to certainly go beyond 1 or 2 million sold. So I think it could land in a really healthy position of being anywhere between 3 and 6 million sold, like lifetime for Saros. And the reason why I say that is because I do think that them taking the approach of trying to make it more accessible and really highlighting that with their marketing and it getting incredible previews, it'll probably review better than Returnal. And, it's one of the standout single player games that Sony's releasing this year on an install base of like what? By the time it comes out, like 94, 95 million players. I think it has a much better shot of success. I think it'll probably get close to something like Astrobot. That's what I could see. I think that's what I was looking for. Astrobot, I think, is at 4 to 5 million sold at this point, somewhere in that ballpark. I could absolutely see Saros in the next 2 to 3 years achieving that, especially if it gets really positive word of mouth. But at least that's what I'm hoping for, because it absolutely deserves it. The last thing I think anybody wants to see is, Saros struggle, because that's just not, that wouldn't be fair. That would not be fair. I can understand that it's not going to be a game for everybody, and it's not going to be like a 10 to 15 million seller, but it certainly deserves its own level of success. Michael, you're saying I should give Moore's Law is Dead more support with likes and resources. He's either already a legend or establishing his legendary status right now. I mean, that's another thing that blows my mind, dude, is people get so angry at him, and I'm like, listen, I understand that everybody has their own personality, and sometimes you just don't like somebody because of their personality, whatever. I think he's totally fine. But it's just crazy to me that people like straight up deny that this man has sources from people working internally at Sony and working internally at AMD. Like, he literally has documentation. Sony tried to sue him. And people are still like, I don't believe anything he says, bro. Like, he's just trying to chase clicks. And I'm not even trying to be a Moore's Law is Dead defender, because I don't talk to him or anything. But it's like, bro, he's about as legitimate as it gets when it comes to leaking hardware information about the PlayStation 6. So, you know, I I don't know why people continue to kind of like make it sound like this is a rando trying to make stuff up for clicks. It's like we see that frequently throughout social media. Um, and yeah, that stuff you ignore. That's not what this is. But you know, yeah, Kepler L2 as well. Kepler's another one. People getting up. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. There are people who are projecting their frustration that they have with PlayStation onto people covering PlayStation. I know this because it happens to me all the time, where it's like you could talk about like actual news. It's not a rumor, it's not a leak, and people still project their frustration onto you. It's like you're not actually mad at the person. You know, you are shooting the messenger right now, basically, is what I'm saying. Hopefully people chill out with that. Why do people dislike Moore's Law is Dead? I don't know. I've watched more than a couple of videos of his, and I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people think he's overly confident, but I'm like, I don't know. He's got sources, bro. You know, what do you want me to tell you? If I had those types of sources, I'd be confident as hell too. But you know, what are you gonna do? Internet's a strange place. Yeah, he probably said something they didn't like, even if it was a fact. Yeah, I tested that out today, Easy Tone. Um, I people are like, Sony doesn't have games. It's like, meanwhile, Saros, Marvel Tokon, and Wolverine are all releasing within 5 months of one another. That's 3 first-party games, 2 of them being single player, releasing within 5 months. But people will earnestly look you in the face and say, Sony doesn't have any games, dude. And it's like, okay, let's just live in fantasy land. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Is it's like people, and then they'll be like only 2 or 3 games in 5 months, in less than half a year. And you know what I mean? And that's not even counting Phantom Blade Zero, which is also a timed exclusive for consoles. So if you want to throw that in, that's 4, dude. That, like, what? That's why I'm saying, like, I just can't acknowledge people anymore. I've tried. Like, I want it to be able to have, like, make it like a 2-way street type thing, but I can't because there's just too many people. They want to live in Fantasyland, man. Like, they want to ignore actual reality. You know, where it's like, we're not talking about people who are saying they want more games. We're not talking about people who are saying what type of games they want from Sony. We're just talking about people, and there seems to be too many of them, who are just like, no, dude, Sony sucks and they have nothing. And it's like, no. Like, no, dude, you don't have to like it, but just know that's objectively, factually, literally wrong. But you go out, if you go out there like I do, like a fool, it's all you see. It's not all you see. That's a lot. It's not all you see. I'm trying to get better at engaging and interacting more with people who are being a little bit more positive, just being a little bit more normal and rational. I'm trying to do that. And it's helping. It's good. All right, let's see. Astrobot is a harder sell than Saros on PlayStation, to be honest, but PlayStation, or most PlayStation gamers, are not conditioned to get kids/family oriented games. Those people are all Nintendo fans at this point. Well, I will say there's a reason why Sony looks at Astrobot as a massive success for them, because they clearly had very low expectations, and it's probably for a lot of the reasons you're mentioning, right? It's because Sony doesn't make those types of games. Sony has not really tried to be Nintendo in any way, shape, or form, and nor have they tried to really get behind a mascot type figure pretty much since Sackboy, right? Something that's more universally appealing. And so when they were like, dude, yeah, Astrobot sold 3.5 million, and I think now it's at over 4 million. Actually, what is it at? How many copies has Astrobot sold? The only official number we got was 2.3 million as of early 2025. But I remember hearing somewhere, where was it? There was some kind of like insider or something that said it sold close to 4 million by this point. I think it was, or not insider, Alinea Analytics. I mean, they're hit or miss. Where did they say it? Astrobot has now sold 2.3 million copies. I know it's here somewhere. Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, it's done well enough that Sony feels very good about it. To them, it's a big success. And it's something, yeah, maybe I'm overestimating it, saying 3.5 to 4 million. At this point, you could maybe see it at 3, maybe a little over 3. You know, if it was at 2.3 in early 2025, we're almost like a year and a half later. I could see it hitting that. But it's just important that Sony recognizes that, yeah, not every game you make needs to be a 10 plus million seller to be a massive internal success for them, you know, to be something that's like, wow, this is great. One of the most frustrating things that I've come across since Astrobot has come out is people try to use its lower sales as ammunition, where it's like, you know, PlayStation players don't even buy first party games. Look at Astrobot. You have like 90 million PS5 owners and only like 2.5 million of them, maybe 3 million at most, bought this game. Those are bad percentages. And I'm like, I agree that it would be great to see it higher. It would be great to see like 10% or more of PlayStation's install base buying this game. And, you know, my my response to the people who are not buying it is, what are you doing? Go buy Astrobot. It's a great game. But still, it's like, dude, we got to be humble. You know, it's better to be humble in this situation and that's what Sony's doing. And that's why, like, I try to tell people, Sony looking at Astrobot as something that it's the beginning of something that can become much bigger. We're going to grow it over time. We're going to, care for it and really, really be very intentional about what we do. That's smart. Like, that is how you eventually get something like Astrobot, 10 years from now when we get the 4th Astrobot game or something, or 3rd Astrobot game. Where like now this has the potential to be maybe an 8 to 10 million seller. That's how you do it. It's not just going to be an overnight success. Most things are not. And that's fine, Tarnished. I don't really even view it that way. I don't even view Astrobot as trying to one up Nintendo per se or anything like that. I think it's just Sony trying to offer something for people who are fans of Nintendo that might be like, oh, I didn't know PlayStation makes that type of stuff, and maybe I'll go check it out. Worked for me. All right, I do need to dive into this topic more thoroughly, though. I've been kind of just freeform topic jumping, like it's an Olympic sport. All right, so I think I'm just going to bring the video up. That might be the easiest thing to do rather than trying to like quote stuff. I don't think we're going to watch the whole thing though. I don't think that'll be necessary. I want to find the more important parts. Why isn't this showing up? Hold on. This is what happens. I get everything set up and it just never... There we go. Whoa. All right. I'm starting at... Where am I starting at here? Okay. So, this section, I am going to read about this section. Okay. This is the section... Well, screw it.
obviously programmed as a compatibility layer for the PlayStation 6 handheld, and one with the exact specs that I've leaked. But we're not done. There is even more evidence for PS6 support in Sony's answer to Xbox Smart Delivery. It is called...
Okay, sorry. So that's that section that I didn't actually play on the video. What you need to know is it says using a recreation of a diagram from Sony's guidelines to game developers for supporting power saver mode in current games. Moore's Law is Dead demonstrates how the guideline is for how to thread the cores for this mode lines up perfectly with the leaked specifications of the handheld. 4 Zen 6C cores, 8 threads for games, and 2 Zen 6 low power cores up to 4 threads to handle the system thread. These findings are extremely interesting for good reason. Using fewer threads does not yield a significant power savings compared to running at lower clock speeds. Therefore, these guidelines only make sense if power saver mode is actually a compatibility layer for the rumored handheld. Now, I don't think many of you guys, like myself, were questioning this. I don't think many of you were questioning whether or not the low power mode that Sony introduced on PS5 is actually like a Trojan horse for getting games ready for the PlayStation handheld. But this now more than ever pretty much is just flat out. Like if you're a developer and you're looking at these new updates from Sony and this new documentation Sony's sending you, it finally clicked for developers where it's like, oh, okay, so this is... Yeah, okay, this is for a handheld. That's what this is. I think a lot of devs knew that. But this is, yeah, maybe that's why. Scuba Tag, maybe that's why. Shadowlink with a $5 chat says, I was going to send you this video right before you put your video out, and here you are, a few steps ahead. Always a few steps ahead, Shadowlink. Thank you, though, man. Yeah, I appreciate you guys trying to make sure I don't miss this stuff. All right, now he talks about something else that I think is pretty important.
Playgo, and it specifically has new updates in it, clearly to support a PlayStation 6 handheld console. And I'm going to leak those details. Also details about Sony ending PS4 support this year, and new updates for PSSR after an ad from a sponsor. This piece of content is brought to you by the Red Magic
damn
11.
It, every time. Every time, bro. Leave it to me to find the exact section where there's an ad or a sponsor. How far does this go? Oh my God, that's a long ad. Oh my God. Once again, okay, so it's up to this point. Once again, thank you guys so much for the support. Absolutely no offense whatsoever to any content creator who does sponsorships. There's nothing wrong with sponsorships. It's a great option. I'm just very thankful that I don't have to do that. But yeah, that was my bad. I didn't mean to make that the first part of the video. Here we go. I think this is where it starts.
PlayStation's equivalent to Xbox Smart Delivery after an update with SDK 13. Apparently that came out a couple weeks ago to developers. Again, SDK 1 was like the launch PS5 SDK. SDK 13 is the current and newest one for developers that basically adds Sony's Smart Delivery. So if I put this quote on screen here from one of my longest running sources, this person told me that I should know that we, and this person works at Sony, updated Playgo with SDK 13. Basically, it is now our version of Xbox's Smart Delivery, and it allows for devs to organize chunks of differing assets and textures for each PlayStation console so that a given console only downloads the exact files it will use. Up until now, developers would have to include everything a PS5 Pros would need with higher resolution textures and higher detail assets in every PS5 download, regardless of if the console downloading it was a Pro or not, but no longer. Devs can now specify downloads for PS4 plus PS4 Pro. It can't distinguish between PS4 and PS4 Pro. It's just one standard PS4 package still because their software is just older or something. But anyways, you can specify for the PS4 consoles, for PS5, for PS5 Pro, and also for PS5 Power Saver mode. I'm not kidding, people. I've seen it, the documents myself. It's true. Yes, Power Saver mode is getting its own asset in texture packaging like it's its own console. Like this source points out, this would only be done if this mode was going to be the entire basis of a new console that might need its own tweaks. You save no energy by using smaller textures on the PS5. Clearly, this is building compatibility for the handheld. And so there you go. Not only is Power Saver mode getting programmed like it's for a handheld based on the specs that I've leaked for the handheld, it's actually getting its own bespoke asset and texture smart delivery support. But I'm still not done.
So I should. All right, I'm not gonna do them like that. Hold on, I'm trying to find like a not crazy point for me to. All right, so to me, what's very significant about this is that it's becoming real. Like I think most of us knew this. Like most of us knew that it's, the PlayStation handheld is real. It's coming. It's going to be something that Sony takes very seriously, seemingly. But here's the important part. The way that Sony's handling this PlayStation handheld within their development environment with their SDK, this tells me it kind of does confirm my suspicion, which is, dude, Sony's going all in with this, man. Like, not at the expense of their home console, to be clear. The home console, the PS6 home console, as far as Sony's concerned, is still that is the core pillar of what props PlayStation up. But this is, I think some people maybe believed, and I considered it as well, that this upcoming PlayStation handheld that Sony's going to be making, it's going to be kind of like bonus, extra. It's, it's not something we're really going to be that focused on, but we still don't have the answer to one very, very, very important question. Although you could maybe argue that we do have the answer, we can infer the answer. And that question is, will developers be mandated when making PlayStation 6 games to ensure that those PlayStation 6 games, or PlayStation 5 games for that matter, run on this PlayStation handheld? You need to make a version. Is this going to be an Xbox Series S parity type situation, or is Sony just going to leave it up to developers based off of what Moore's Law is Dead is leaking here? They're creating the dev environment, but they're not telling devs they have to utilize it. Right now, it is being treated seemingly like, we're not going to tell you what to do, but we're trying to make it clear that we really want you to do this. We're making it as easy and as seamless as possible for you to do this. And the fact that they made the Power Saver mode, they gave it its own slot, I guess you could say, in the SDK, where now, developers can, when they're optimizing their game for the Power Saver mode, aka the PlayStation handheld mode, they can, remove certain assets or put certain packages of assets that make the most sense for that without having to put everything on it. That should make things a lot easier for devs, like a lot easier. This is why you see so many devs supporting the PS5 Pro, because it kind of works, I guess, somewhat similarly, where it's just easy. It's just easier for them to do it. But yeah, this is, this whole Plago thing. To me, this signals that Sony's very, very serious about this handheld, man. And I'm starting to think that my overall theory is that, the PlayStation 6 is going to be treated as just as vital of a component as the PlayStation 6 going into next gen, with the understanding that millions of people potentially, who knows, maybe even possibly tens of millions of people are going to forego the PlayStation 6, but Sony will get you with that handheld. I mean, they've never done this before. The closest thing they've ever gotten to doing this before was with the Vita and the PS4, but they were totally disconnected. And that's what killed it. It's the fact that the Vita couldn't get the support it needed And Sony tried to like wrap it into the PS4 ecosystem, but it just it wasn't working. It just wasn't working the way that they wanted it to. Where we are now, the technology has advanced. Everything has advanced to the point where Sony will now be able to put out a PlayStation 6 and a dedicated PlayStation handheld that, even though the PlayStation handheld is going to have its own exclusives that you can't get on PS6, it's going to share everything. And we are in a time where handhelds are kind of rising up and becoming more ubiquitous and more popular, and people are, people's mentality towards premium handhelds has changed, I believe. So, yeah, I agree. It's very interesting. Whiskey, you're saying, bro, the PS5 price hike news is on the TV slide at the tax office. Bro, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Many Tom, you're saying, I hope it has a disc portion in the handheld. Well, that's I can tell you right now, man, like there's just no way. There's no way. I think Sony, one of the things they're going to make pretty clear with the PlayStation handheld is, in order to actually enjoy this thing and use it the way it was intended, you're going to have to be digital only. And I mean, my assumption is that if you have physical games, let's say you're only going to buy physical PS6 games and you want to play like Venom when that comes out, you buy it physically for the PS6, you have the PS6 home console, you have the disc drive, obviously. You might be limited, and you buy the PlayStation handheld, and you'll only be able to play one game at a time on the go with this thing if you're trying to play it natively. And it'll have to be whatever disc is in your disc drive, and it'll have to send like a handshake. That's my guess. I don't know. I don't know how they'll handle that. I hope it's not extreme to where like literally physical games are not compatible in any way. I hope it's nothing like that, because if it's something like that, then yeah, physical PlayStation buyers are going to get kind of screwed with this handheld. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's continue on here with, he reveals more interesting stuff. What? He looks like he's yelling at me. All right.
I'm still not done. Another source a week ago shared with me this update from Sony that they sent out to game devs regarding the sunsetting of PS4 software support.
What this means to me, the smart delivery is a shared process.
And to be clear, this isn't
devs going to utilize this as power saver mode for the handheld, and games can stream.
What this means to me, the smart delivery is a shared process. Devs are going to utilize it as power saver mode for the handheld, and games can stream. Well, I mean, I do agree with you. Perfect Image, thank you for the $2 chat, buddy. I do agree with you that you will still be able to use the PlayStation handheld, like the dedicated PlayStation handheld, or native PlayStation handheld, I should say. You'll still be able to stream stuff, just like the Portal. Yeah, I firmly believe that. Like, that will be an alternative solution where anything you may be locked out of for any reason, even games that are not optimized, like, oh, this game is not optimized for the handheld. It's not optimized for the handheld. There is no handheld version. You'll be able to stream it, which is not ideal. Like, that is not why you're gonna buy this new PlayStation handheld. That's not why you buy it. But Sony will ensure that you will have access to games in some way, shape, or form. So I agree with that. Perfect Image. Turn off the auto reader. Yeah, my bad. I can't do it at the moment, but that's okay. It was only for direct donations. Let me put this back just a second here.
All right, let me throw this quote on screen. And to be clear, this isn't me quoting a source. This is me quoting an update Sony sent to game developers recently. But anyways, what Sony told game devs is that they want to share an important update regarding PlayStation Network or PSN services for the new PS4 title submissions. And yes, by the way, I'm aware that Sony isn't using PSN publicly anymore. Behind the scenes, it's still over a bunch of documents, so I'm aware. But anyways, Sony said that starting in spring of 2026, legacy PSN services will be sunset for new PS4 submissions. This means that any new PS4 title submitted after this date will no longer be able to integrate with the following legacy services: activity feeds, there's NP in-game messaging, peer-to-peer communication, NP singling. I'm not going to read all of these. I just included them so that if someone did follow actual game development and wanted to know, this is what they said. But the important point is they're just sunsetting a boatload of PS4 services. And Sony says that for people to future-proof their projects that are still on PS4, that they should adopt the new cross-gen SDK, which offers access to newer, more robust PSN services. These services, and this is the important part, are designed to provide a more unified and scalable foundation across console generations. And Sony appreciates your continued partnership and collaboration as we evolve our services to deliver the best experience for players and developers alike. We will provide more detailed dates and timing for this change as we get closer to transition.
So I'm gonna throw something out here. I also got confirmation. Like I can corroborate what Moore's Law is Dead is saying here when it comes to this documentation. I was not given the documentation myself, but this is what developers received from Sony. And this to me, so I got a super chat a little bit earlier in the stream. Somebody said, who was it? Who was it that said this? I don't know if it's still up. I forget who said it, but somebody said that Sony might just be going for PlayStation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just PlayStation. Like, no, it's not going to be PS5, PS6. We're cutting off PS4. Now there's just PlayStation. And there's a family of devices that are just PlayStation. I'm assuming the PS5 will be part of that. It might not be, though, if they go for this just PlayStation, because think about what they say here. Like, they're sunsetting PS4. They're telling devs, like, you can release a game on PS4. We ain't doing shit with PS4 no more. You lose access to all the features. It's over. It's done. So release for PS4 at your own discretion, right? But we're moved on. Clearly, they're not moving on from the PS5 anytime soon. PS5 is going to be here for like another 20 years, bro. Okay? But they say designed to provide a more unified and scalable, that's cut off there. Transition? Why is that cut off? Hold on, what does that say? Foundation. I don't know why that's... Do I not have the whole... Hold on. Oh, shit. My bad. I didn't realize I was... Oops. That's why. Oh, so yeah, it says designed to provide a more unified and scalable foundation across console generations. So that here's what's fascinating to me about this quote in this documentation from Sony is they say across console generations. They're not counting PS4. The assumption is they're counting PS5, but they say we will provide more detailed dates and timing for this change as we get closer to transition. Obviously, they're talking about transitioning to the PS6. I almost wonder, dude, I know this is going to sound fucking nuts. I know it's going to sound nuts, and I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but I'm just, there's different ways you can interpret what Sony's saying here. One way you can interpret it, and I think the most intuitive way to interpret it, is that when they say, scalable foundation across console generations, they're talking about PS5 and PS6. They want things to be able to scale. Like, in other words, what we talked about, the PS5 will be the PS6S. Yes, you can scale down to the PS5. But we want to make it super easy for you to scale up and down between the PS5, the PS5 Pro, the PlayStation Handheld, and the PlayStation 6. There's going to be four devices in this family. Or, alternatively, I'm telling you, man, this is what I'm really fucking curious to know. about Sony here. Alternatively, what they're saying is that we're cutting off. Like, when we, like, what they're, let me take a step back. When they mention console generations, they're talking about from PS6 onward. And the only reason I'm saying this is because I listened very closely to what Mark Cerny said. Mark Cerny emphasized numerous times that this new technology that they're developing with Project Amethyst in collaboration with AMD, this new RDNA 5 software technology, Radiance cores, universal compression, future versions of PSSR, and who knows what else. This stuff, like this technology is not possible on anything below the PS6 and PlayStation handheld. It's not going to be possible on anything below RDNA 5, or at least like, a future version of PSSR is on the Pro, but it's capped out now. It's like maxed out. And I just wonder if Sony's play here is we're starting over. Like, the PS6 is a new beginning. And like, yes, we are just PlayStation now. Like, we had 5 generations. There aren't, like, in other words, there are no more generations. There's PlayStation starting with what we would call the PlayStation 6, and then there's just going to be iterative hardware. And it will all be scalable for literally like I don't want to say the distant future, but for the foreseeable future. And the reason why I say this is because this step change seems to be so significant that it's like, yeah, dude, this is how things are going to be, like, permanently going forward. Like, the technologies that you're seeing developed right now with machine learning, AI, AI upscaling, frame gen. We see where DLSS 5 is going. We saw that Sony just bought this AI company, or this machine learning company, for graphical fidelity, and how it seems like developers, once RDNA 5 is fully out there, almost all developers over time are going to start leveraging these technologies. It really does seem like we are in some kind of major transitional phase, where even when you saw Microsoft talking about it.
At MBG, they're no cutting off PS4. Is that PS4 devs needs to join the new SDK?
Well, yeah, no. Sony's not they're not cutting off developers from the PS4. They're not doing that. They're cutting off features. So, like, if once this goes into effect, if you're a developer making a game for PS4, or you were thinking about making a game for PS4, you still can, and you can release it, but you will not be able to integrate any of the features. So, in other words, like, you wouldn't be able to release like a multiplayer game, essentially, on PS4, because you would be lacking so many features. Like, I think that would extend to the point where it's like, it like literally can't be properly integrated to the PlayStation Network. So it's like, we're thinking maybe like single player games or more indie games. But yeah, obviously Sony wants developers to, or maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying it's that, well, no, I don't agree exactly with what you're saying, Perfect Image, because you're saying Sony's telling devs you need to join the new SDK to get these features on PS4. I don't think so. Because it says, we want to share an important update regarding PlayStation Network services for PlayStation 4 title submissions. Starting in spring 2026, legacy PSN services will be sunset for new PS4 submissions. This means that any new PS4 title submitted after this date will no longer be able to integrate with the following legacy services. To future-proof your projects, cross-gen SDK. Okay. You know what? Actually, Perfect Image, you might be right, man. I might have been reading that wrong. Which offers access to new, more robust PSN services. Fuck, hold on. Oh, whoa, hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I'm totally misreading this. MBG, are you saying that the PS5 will be the final console to truly be phased out eventually? That's what I was saying, but now that I'm reading this over like a second time, I'm like, Actually, maybe this is the opposite. Fuck, I can't I can't figure this out. Because so it says to future-proof your projects, we strongly encourage you to adopt the cross-gen SDK, which offers access to newer, more robust PSN services. These services are designed to provide a more unified and scalable foundation across console generations. So I think I was misreading that or misunderstanding. Where across, so when they say across console generations, they actually, I think, yeah, they're talking PS4, 5, and 6. And in other words, if you update to the latest development environment, I'm reading this now as actually, if you upgrade to this latest SDK, it's going to be easy as hell to scale your game across all three. So is it the opposite? Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe this is actually Sony embracing the idea of the family of PlayStation devices will actually extend to even the PS4. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get a read on Sony's. They clearly have some kind of major strategy shift in mind, and I guess that's plausible. You know, the idea that they've accepted there's just going to be PS4 players that won't leave. Maybe that's why Sony didn't care. They're like, we're just going to increase the price, bro. Because we tried to get you to move from PS4. You still didn't. All right. I mean, is Sony willing to abandon PS4 players? How long will they support PS5? And there's just this idea that Sony just wants to unify the PlayStation ecosystem. And I guess actually maybe my theory does fall apart when you begin to realize that actually, yeah, the old SDK is being sunset. All right, yeah. So maybe I guess I misinterpreted this a little bit. I interpret it as the PS4 is being sunsetted. Like Sony's like, we're done with PS4, bro. We're done. But I think I'm just, yeah, I think I'm misunderstanding where it's like, no, we're done with the old way of doing cross-gen development. Saying Sony's just doing what Microsoft is doing, to be honest. Well, Microsoft, I think, yeah, they did kind of get, they were really adamant about scalability early on with the Series S. But again, I think the hardware itself was the problem. I don't think it was their development environment that was the problem. I mean, it apparently was a little bit harder to develop for Xbox, but the dev environment allowed you, as far as I'm aware, on the Xbox side to scale up and down pretty freely. But I think it was just like straight up the hardware in the Series S was like too weak, or like the RAM, the unified RAM or whatever was causing problems. I don't know. See that, but that right there makes me think like, I don't know. I'm probably overthinking this. I'm just trying to understand what Sony's approach here is, man, because we are in an unprecedented time. We're seeing a transition to a console generation that people have such a strange everybody has a strong, not strange, a strong opinion on. The PS4 is mostly done. The base PS5, PS6 handheld will now be the base layer they provide for. That's what I'm assuming, right? Like I guess that's why my first read on this was so they're done with PS4. But I don't know. I should listen more to what Moore's Law is Dead is saying here, because hear what he has to say. Enough of my crazy theories that are probably all completely fucking wrong.
So there it is. They're directly saying a transition is coming soon and that they're preparing legacy games for scaling across and having a foundation for future console generations. And just to be clear, what Sony is saying is they're not saying that PS4 games aren't going to work after 2026. They're just saying that for PS4 games to continue to function optimally, they need to be patched to referencing PS5's cross-gen network features. The legacy stuff is going away. Sony wants everything unified so they can scale a new foundation for future console generations.
Okay, so that's it. That's it. Yeah. So this is Sony. That is it. PlayStation, the new PlayStation, not PlayStation Network. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, but what is the difference here? I guess that's my question. Like, is it really just like, yeah, we're adding a handheld on the PS6 and that's the technology is so different. I don't know. They already abandoned the PS4, Garrett? You think so? It's a packet layer. Let me see. That's what I think the future of hardware upgrades will be, more dependent on AI advancements like PSSR, not necessarily the release of a new console. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing. We are seeing progress in actual like hardware, and GPU capability and CPU capability, but it has kind of gotten to a point where it's like, uh, not that it can't go further. It is going further, but that I don't know that people are demanding it to. Hmm. Oh, this is interesting. This is really interesting stuff here.
And to be clear, devs I consulted with last week about this believe there will likely be a translation layer or fallback for unpatched PS4 games, but they're probably not going to run very well, or at least not as well as if they were to patch their games directly for PS4 to PS5 cross-gen.
Oh, so with what he's saying, by the way, is this talking about backwards compatibility? Is that ultimately what this is? Where like he's saying that in order for PS4 games to run smoothly and function well on the PS6 and in this new environment, and if you don't, that's gonna be interesting, because I guess like people's natural assumption, including mine, like PS4 games will run fine. Perfect. They were just like, yes, yes, that's what he's saying, MBG. That's what he's saying. Finally. Perfect Damage is gonna start doing backflips. Zanarkan, what's up, man? You're saying, MBG, hey, why Tom from Moore's Law is dead? Why is this video playing? Because he's leaking more stuff about PlayStation 6, PlayStation Handheld, the PlayStation dev environment. We're kind of just watching it, reacting, and trying to, you're seeing smoke come out of my ears in real time, trying to figure this out. But just trying to get a better understanding of like what this big transition is that they're preparing for, which I mean, we know is next gen, but just trying to get a better idea of what that really looks like. A clear image of what that looks like. We're trying to PSSR this thing. MBG, I think they just want everything to be simpler for devs to work cross-gen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that, especially when you consider the PlayStation handheld, they're going to need that. They're going to need it to be super, super easy for devs to scale down to that thing. All right, let's see.
Decay. And, frankly, who knows? I mean, Sony might push some forced compatibility thing and some update, but I will say this, by 2027, the PS4 will be 14 years old. Any game that's not patched for the latest SDK, I'm just communicating what I've gathered talking to developers. They say that basically, if a game dev didn't patch their game with what Sony's putting out there to prepare for next gen, that the game probably is single player only and not being supported anymore by the game dev anyways, and so it probably won't need optimal network features to continue to function, because it doesn't really need any new network stuff. It's just going to run as a single player game. But anyways, let me start concluding the video. The point of everything I put out today, multiple leaks from multiple sources, all of it leads to one unified narrative. The PS6 is not many years away. It is clearly right around the corner. Basically, everything Sony's working on right now in the background seems to somehow be connected to the PlayStation 6, and especially the PlayStation 6 handheld, making sure games are ready to support it, that the transition is smooth, and doing that not just so that you want to buy the PS6, but so that you maybe get rid of a PS4 if that's what you're still gaming on as well. As a major objective, it's also obvious to me of next gen is to finally get the remaining PS4 gamers to upgrade, which brings me to pricing. Now look, 90% of this video was actually written about a week ago, and that means it was written before I saw the PS5 price increases. And so this is in addition to the video script that I did last minute, which I'll say this about the PS5 price increases. Honestly, they don't surprise me that much. They are now in line with where the Xbox is and where the Xbox has been for many months, and it follows dozens of things that would have pushed Sony to realize prices are just going up and they can't avoid it. And so all I can say is that if you don't need to get a PS5, like if you're happy with your PS4 games or you're a PC gamer or something, you're thinking of getting one maybe at some point, I would say after seeing these rather large price increases to the PS5 and PS5 Pro that you should probably just wait for next gen, because I made it obvious today, right? Next gen is clearly right around the corner. And like I've covered in previous leaks about the PS6, which check those out if you haven't watched them yet, these things are going to be designed to be efficiently priced. I actually explained this in a ton of detail in a die shrink that also came out today.
So as we continue on here, this is like the thing that I think has gotten it like ruffled a lot of people's feathers, where Moore's Law is about to explain how there's a very good chance the PS6 will be cheaper than the PS5 Pro. And even if Sony wanted to do a home console version of the PlayStation handheld APU and call it like a PS6S, it would be cheaper than the base PS5. He's doubling down on that here.
You get access to it if you join the Patreon just at the $2 tier. So please do that if you want the full long explanation. But the point is, again, they're going to design the next gen. I've seen it in documentation from the ground up to be cheap to produce. They're not going to design it to be giant like the PS3 or PS5 to dominate living rooms, to dominate conversations. They are designing it to every little screw in there, the way they do the motherboard, the size of it to save money on shipping. They're designing it to be cheaper to make than the existing consoles, meaning that I do still believe that the PS6 base console will be cheaper than the PS5 Pro, and that if they do launch a PS6S, that is to say a budget console that uses the handheld APU but isn't a handheld, I do think that will be priced lower than the PS5 base is right now.
In other words, guys, whenever you buy your PlayStation 6, do not drop that shit. Don't drop it. It ain't going to survive. It's not even going to take one drop. All right? So take care of it. This thing's going to be held together by duct tape and rubber bands, man. Which price is he comparing it to? I mean, my assumption is he's comparing it to the new prices, because he started this segment by acknowledging the price increases. So it would make no sense if he was comparing it to the previous prices. But then again, he doesn't give an actual. Boss, you make me upset, man. Why? No, get down. You can't chew that. Get down. Sorry. Let me just do this.
Now, or at least it can be. Like, I've run the numbers again. It would be cheaper to produce. Vastly smaller size, vastly cheaper cooling, vastly cheaper power supply. The RAM really probably won't be much more. If not, it might even be less than what the RAM would cost to put into a base PS5. And so if you can wait, with all of what's going on right now in the world, raising prices, including prices of the PS5, and then seeing that it also seems like memory prices might already be collapsing and thus will be better next year, I just think the PS6 is something you should just wait for if you haven't already bought a PS5 for the most part. Now, obviously, that's easy for me to say. I already have one. Maybe someone's been waiting to get a PS5 Pro to play GTA 6. I don't know. If you really need one to do that, I guess do it. But I will say, if you just wait 1 year after when like GTA 6 comes out, if it does come out at the end of this year, you'll already have a PS6 that will run it better probably anyways, and you'll have spent less money on it. So if the money really matters to you that much, just wait for next gen. Don't pay these overpriced prices for like the PS5, or at least overpriced relative to what you could pay a year later. All right, and that's going to do it for this video, except actually before I go, I do have one minor thing I want to update you on when it comes to PSSR support. I've seen a lot of people confused about PSSR 2 having its version frozen on PS5 Pro, and I want to clear that up. So First of all, I was just informed that Sony is actually porting PSSR2 support directly all the way back to SDK 9. That was the SDK when the PS5 Pro launched. Up until now, they wanted devs to use one of the newer ones. They are going back on that decision and actually making it easier, therefore, for devs to directly add PSSR2 support into their game. And they're only freezing, actually, the forced toggle, the toggle you use to force PSSR1 to use the base PSSR2. Does that make sense? I've seen a lot of people say that Sony's freezing PSSR2 in general, and they're not. They're freezing the toggle version because that one they guarantee runs efficiently, and future versions of PSSR might require the dev to do a bit more work to make sure it runs optimally, and they don't want that to be in the base toggle because that could make some games actually perform worse in some ways for people. But because, like I just said, they're actually patching PSSR2 all the way back to SDK 9, they're making it very easy for devs to support PSSR2. And so the point is, no, like any game that has PSSR 1 right now can get to PSSR 2, 2.53, whatever comes to the PS5 Pro in the future, and they can easily do it now because they've patched prior SDKs that had PSSR 1 support. But
Okay, well, that's good to know. I didn't even watch that part previously, but there we go. Let me move this back here. So yeah, man. I mean, some really, really interesting stuff going on right now with Sony's plans for next gen and the not just the PlayStation 6, but the PlayStation handheld. I mean, it's right there in the developer documentation that a major transition is coming. They're going to be talking about it soon. Um, Hanzo, what's up, man? It would be crazy if Sony brought the PS6 in even at 750. Well, that's the thing, man. If this is why when we talked about Sony's decision to, you know, vastly increase the price of specifically the PS5 Pro, but also the PS5, of course. But the Pro is the one that really stands out. Where it's like $900 now. And I talked about this in my video where if you are using any level of logic, you're going to assume the PS6 will be more expensive because it's a better console. And Leo Jimmy comes in with a $50 super chat. Oh yeah, Leo, you did say yesterday you were going to stop by, man. Leo Jimmy drops $50 with a super chat, and he says, "MBG money. I don't want to derail the topic, but I just want to thank you for playing Mortal Coil on the stream the other day. I sent people to your stream to view your reaction too before it was on my channel. Drop a comment on the song. LOL. Appreciate you." Well, you're very welcome, Leo Jimmy. Um, you definitely caught my attention when you said you made it a song about Neo 3. And I'm like, I've heard really good things about Neo 3. And it's not often I get people, making these AI songs specifically about dedicated games. And I won't lie, when I went to go play it, I'm like, I have no idea what this is going to sound like. You know, I have no idea. I don't have any expectation, but it actually sounded really damn good. It sounded really good. So you're very welcome, Leo Jimmy, and I appreciate you supporting the channel and dropping a $50 super chat, man. Thank you so much. And so yeah, guys, go check out his song Mortal Coil and and give it some feedback. People seem to really like it. We'll see. We'll see if you have any more in the future for us, Leo. Boss, okay. Boss is stressing me out, bro. He's stressing. Boss, hey, stop it. I gave you treats. Why are you doing this to me? I don't know what he's doing. I'm sorry, guys. He's torturing me. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. I fed the beast. There's more treats. Oh, no, he ate those treats. Okay. He's not satiated. The beast is not satiated. But yeah, thank you once again, Jimmy. I appreciate it, bro. And I appreciate all the support you guys have been showing. You're saying, dude, people loved your react. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. Are you going to drop more gifts? Oh, okay. Okay, Leo. All right, I see you, bro. I see you. Hanzo, you're saying, wait, Neo 3 song where? I think he said it's on his channel. I'll double check. We did, yeah, he sent me a song. It's on the Discord link as well. But he made like two versions of a, like a hard rock version for Neo 3. Oh, let me see. Yeah, it's on his channel. So if you click Leo Jimmy's link, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, you can join the Discord if you want. Here's the link to his actual song if you want to check that out. Make sure you right click it though. Or if you go check it out, come back. I'm not trying to do a complete redirect, but yeah, man. It was good. It was really good. Bro, that song was fire. The instrumentals, the vocals, the lyrics. So much so I saved the stream so I can listen to it whenever I want. That's crazy. Drop a comment, MBG. I'm a comment. I'm gonna say something crazy. I'm gonna be like, damn, man, Xbox better. Neo 3 sucks. Neo 3 trash, bro. Great song. Trash game. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. There you go, Leo. I'm gonna upvote my own comment. There we go. Good shit, man. I'll leave it a like too. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. There we go. Yeah. But thank you. Yeah, we've gotten some interesting songs. You know, we would have Rich Rod, obviously. Gaming Survivor would make some, Perfect Image makes some sometimes. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if you guys want to, you know, in the future make more songs dedicated to specific games, see what you guys can come up with. And Leo Jimmy, he's good for it. He says, I got you, bro. I got more member gifts. He drops another 10 on you guys. He's keeping the member train rolling today. So, Leo Jimmy.
Holy shit.
That's really loud. Thank you so much for that. He dropped a $50 super chat and 10 member gifts for the community. And just another reminder, if you become a channel member by getting gifted, you have access to some exclusive members content. We just did a Morning with the Misses episode. Was an interesting one. If you want to see me try to fix my capture card, have some conversation with you guys in the chat with Mrs. MEG, and also do a little bit of gameplay, feel free to go check that out. But with that 10, it brings us up to 35. So we'll see, man. We'll see if we can get to that 50 today. Trying to see who got the member gifts. I know there's some people who are hoping to get some gifts, some gifted members. Rich Rod has been fighting the war, MBG. He's taken out 30 mice. Yeah, I keep seeing him talking about that in the Discord. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Well, hopefully he's yeah, hopefully he's not going crazy over there. That's right. Ray, you're not wrong. Mrs. MBG, I thanked her yesterday again too. 50 for the drums. Hold on, let me see. I'm feeling it today. So we could take away the Feed the Beast logo, maybe. I gotta resize that though. $50 for the drums. That are still not on camera, but I don't know. If I ever get like a new drum kit one day, maybe I'll put it like back here. Sparky Nuts listened to it. He's like, damn, that's pretty good. Yeah, guys, make sure you're hitting the like button as well. We're sitting at 93 likes. 7 more, we hit 100. We're going to push for 125. Hopefully, by the time we end the stream, we'll get close to 150. I'm trying to make like 150 the baseline of likes that we try to get per podcast episode. Because I am putting, just a heads up too for those who are unaware, because I know some people just like to listen to the audio only version, which you can technically do if you're a YouTube Premium member. But if you have YouTube Music, you should see my podcast pop up. So you can just listen to it right through YouTube Music if you don't want to actually listen to it through the YouTube app itself. And again, in the future, we might look into expanding into other podcast services. But we got to get a song with no drums. Yeah, Leo Jimmy, I'll tell you this, bro. I'll tell you this. If you decide to make any other songs, I don't know if you're able to do it or not. People have tried. It seems like it's not, it only works sometimes. If you ever release a drumless track, I could try, I don't know. If I ever drum again. I did that for a couple songs. Try to lay down a track for it live, you know. F it, we'll do it live. Um all right. I do got to get back on track here though. Um where are we at with the topics? I know we have more to talk about. You're saying you play the drums, MBG? I do. Yeah, there have been a couple streams where I can't move my camera currently, but I have my electric drums. I turn the amp on and I'll play a little bit. And we had a few song submissions that I basically just tried to play to. It's okay. The audio quality is, it's mixed. It's mixed because it's a little bit rough because you're just getting it through this microphone. I don't have the drums like connected to my PC or anything like that. But eventually I would like to get a acoustic kit one day. I'll tell you what, if I ever get another acoustic drum kit, I'm going to put it right over here. I'll put it right here, dude. It's going to be great. I'm just going to stream from my drums. Oh, thank you for that, Ray. Thank you. MBG Channel 1 Suite by Buddy Rich. Do it. Buddy Rich, man. All right. Where are we here? So we talked about PC. Okay. So I guess that pretty much wraps up everything we were going to say about the PlayStation 6. What Moore's Law is Dead was leaking, but there is another major topic we have to go over, and it has to do with Uncharted. I think if you're an Uncharted fan, oh shit, hold on, there's a bug. Sorry, bro. Can't be having bugs. I don't like killing bugs, man. I don't like killing anything. I feel bad, but I don't know what else to do. I don't have anywhere to put them. Maybe I could have just left them alone. Now I feel bad. Why did I do that? It was a small little. I don't know what it was. It was like this little small thing. Anyway, am I weird? Does anybody else feel bad when you like kill bugs? Like I see bugs in my house. Like there was a spider here the other week, and I'm like, I can't leave you there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. Anyway, Shadowlink with a $5 super chat says, "What was the price of the dump?" You said, you said this might happen soon. So obviously Shadowlink is asking how much it would cost me to dump. No, I know you meant to say drums. It's all good. He's probably laughing his ass off right now. I don't know. I mean, like I was looking at electric kits. I found like electric drum kits that it's like $900 to $1,000. They do have cheaper ones, but they're for like beginners. I consider myself more intermediate, maybe leaning closer towards advanced potentially. But an acoustic kit, I don't know how much that runs because. Oh, let me check because I was looking at some stuff. The thing about an acoustic kit is I'm not trying to go crazy with it. It says here Yeah, so Zildjian Planet Z complete cymbal set, $325. Cymbal stands with snare stand, $110. Yamaha Rydeen 5-piece shell, 22-inch bass drum, black glitter. Actually, there is no price for this. It says $500, but then it doesn't even have an option. I guess that gets close to being about $1,000 as well, $1,100, something along those lines. Let me know the price total with tax. Ain't no way Shadowlink's like, bro, I'm gonna hook you up with a drum kit, bro. He's gonna send me a drum kit in the PO box. They're not gonna accept it. It's gonna be too big. With tax, bro. Let me see. I think I might have to find a. Well, let me ask you guys. I'll ask you guys this, because obviously, whenever I am able to get a new drum kit, whenever that day comes, I'll be taking some of the money I earn from the streams to do so. Do you think I should go with a new electric kit, or should I go with an acoustic kit? I'm like so undecided on that, man. I'm so torn. I'm gonna be getting a PO box soon, Leo Jimmy. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking about that for a long time, especially a lot of my members who tune in the morning with the misses. And in the next 2 weeks or so, I should be opening it. Airdrop the drum kit. No matter what size PO box, they hold larger packages in the back for you. Really? Well, that changes everything, Ray. That changes everything, bro. Shadowlink's gonna be like, I'm gonna send him that that drum kit piece by piece. You guys are too kind. He says, MBG, if it lets me, I'll direct dono the amount because I'm getting the new bike soon. My pockets are gonna hurt, but my smile will be grand. Damn. He's straight up offering to buy a drum kit. I don't know if I could pass that up. We got Daddy Shadowlink over here. He's like, I'm gonna be your sugar daddy, MBG. I'm gonna hook you up with those drums. What if I send you a tractor or something crazy? Yeah, that I don't know. I don't know what the protocol is there. I'm gonna send you a tractor. Get AI to do your drumming. Saying I should get an electric kit with the MIDI. Electric is more versatile. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. Shadowlink, I'm about to run you dry, bro. How about I got one for you? Don't send me cheese, Whiskey. Whiskey, no. No. Send me jerky. Do not send me cheese. Send me cigars, Whiskey. Send me cigars, some jerky. Do not send me cheese, bro. You send me cheese, I'm going to be upset. Now he's just going to troll me. I got that smoked cheese, MBG. I don't like cheese like that, bro. I like cheese, not like that. He's going to send me a Guitar Hero 3 kit. Yeah, hold on, Shadowlink, I got one for you. How about we got Roland? How much I know the Roland drums are nuts. Roland, was it like V30? Let's do Roland drums. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Shadowlink. Why does it only got 3.5 stars, though? What the fuck is this, bro? This is an electric kit? Yeah, here, Shadowlink. How about this? Here you go, bro. It won't let me drop the link in the chat because the link's too long. There's this drum kit. It's a Roland VAD 507 V drums acoustic design, $5,900. Bro, what? It looks like a real kit though. Hold on, I want to see if I can bring a picture of this shit up. Actually, on second thought, I'm just gonna see if I can find a YouTube video of it. Roland V. What did I say it was? VAD 507. This is ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this. VAD 507. let's see. Let's see what this shit looks like. I think electric drums, they'll never replace acoustic, but look at this. I feel like we're getting pretty close, man. Look at that. That's an electric kit, dude. Although I'm not seeing anybody play, I'm hearing that's nuts. Got the cymbal chokes, dude. Roland's no joke. Yeah, one of the bigger problems with electric kits has always been that they just don't look it. I guess they fixed that problem. Here's another one for you.
All right, you guys, we got it. In these boxes, we've got the brand new Alesis Strata Prime electronic drum kit. Just came out last week. The price is $3,499.
Oh
it's a 10-piece mesh kit, and apparently this thing is 22 times better than the Strike Pro.
Holy
so
shit,
let's
see. Sorry, I was muted.
The bell too. Let's try the first kit on here. Number 1, New York Maple.
Dude. The guy who made the Xbox Series consoles.
That's really responsive.
This guy's a really good drummer.
There's your stick clicks.
Samus.
And the rim shots. Oh, you get the rim all the way around. I was assuming it was just, you know, the front part.
Like, it's crazy how good it sounds. That's nuts.
Play anywhere, choke anywhere. You can do the Mike Portnoy choke.
You can choke anywhere, bro. he's good. He's good. He knows it too. He knows it.
Wow, the quality of sound is great. Putting the BFD engine in here was such a good idea. Let's try another kit.
See, this right here is what makes electric drums so good. The versatility.
Uh-oh, the Texas Special.
Sorry, at this point, I'm just kind of getting lost in listening to him do these beats. But yeah, you get the idea. Sorry, that went on for a little too long. Little side quest there. Electric. I don't know, man. It's when I think about what I want to do, acoustic or electric. I look at these electric drum kits. I'm like, dude, these are so fucking cool. Like they've advanced so much. The electric drum kit I have is like a beginner kit from like 2017, something like that. Can't believe it still works. Shadowlink, you're saying read my last 3 chats. I'll be on the road for 2 hours. All right, let me check what you're saying here, Shadowlink. He's like, okay. Let me reconsider the thought. $1,100 max. What do you mean? What do you mean, Shadowlink? You're not gonna hook me up with a 5K drum kit? Damn, bro. Come on, man. You're not gonna drop a cool 5K on me like that? I'm kidding, of course. You're saying that does look good. I'll be dropping a 5K down on the bike, and then this winter maybe 10K on the SUV. So what you're telling me, Shadowlink, is I can actually we can look at a 15K drum kit. Got it. We're 15K drum kit. Shadowlink's gonna end up crashing. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, bro, you don't have to buy me a drum set, dude. Nobody has to buy me a drum set. That's too much. I'm flattered. I mean, if it's something, Michael's like, I might. Yeah, I saw your tax return, Michael. I saw your tax return, boy. He's like, I got you. I'm gonna get you that monster kit. The whole fucking room's just gonna be a giant drum kit. I'm gonna stream from inside the drum kit, But no, we'll see what we can do. I mean, I don't know if you guys are serious. I mean, obviously, I'd love to get a new drum kit at some point. I'll tell you this though, if at any point I do get a nicer electric drum kit, pretty much anything from what I have now would be considered an upgrade. If I ever do that, I'm 100% going to have to figure out how to properly connect it to my PC. So if I ever do play anything on the channel, it comes through the way it should, like we just saw with Samus 666. He obviously has it connected and all the software set up, and it sounds amazing. Much better than playing through an amp or something like that. So we'll see what we can do there. I gotta say though, man, before we move on to the final topic of the stream today, although at this point you would think we would just shoot the shit for the next hour, I am shocked at how long I tell you guys this all the time. Like even now, I still play my electric kit. It's still going. It's still going, dude. The other day, like a week ago, I just went crazy on it. I'm like, screw it. If it breaks, it breaks. But I'm not holding back. I'm just gonna play like it's a real kit. I was beating the shit out of it. It's still going, bro. So shout out to Alesis. They are seemingly a very good quality brand. They really build their shit well. All right. We do need to get back to gaming, though. I've lost quite a few viewers. They're like, well, that's it. Bro's not talking about Uncharted. We are still going to talk about Uncharted. I'm sorry. I get easily distracted. It's Friday. It's Friday. Okay. What can I say? Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm looking at too, Ray. Do your cats attack the plug sockets above the cat tower? Actually, no. Lucky for me, they don't. No, but they attack other things like the wires near my PC and stuff like that. I don't really attack it, but you know. All right. Guys, make sure you hit that like button. We do have a one more major PlayStation related topic to go over and discuss today. And it has to do with the return of Uncharted. We've been talking for a long time about, where Naughty Dog is right now with their games, with their single player games that they're developing. We talked yesterday about the news from the director of the Last of Us Online game and what went down there. But in the middle of all of this, there's just this second single player game being developed by Naughty Dog. Nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows. But today, we got our biggest hint yet. MBG back from the tax office, heading to the shop now, hoping to send it out for laser this weekend. Damn, yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Whiskey. I was thinking about how when I get that new shelf, maybe in a couple weeks or something, maybe like a month or two, when I get my new media shelf here, I want to put my YouTube plaque up there, and then that the sign you're going to send me as well. I think that'd be pretty sick, man. Sony announced they bought an AI company to generationally enhance game graphics using neural rendering. Yeah, some people were really criticizing Sony for this. I do have that up as well. I'll just read this real quick. This is from the official Sony Interactive Entertainment blog. They say at Sony Interactive Entertainment, the company behind PlayStation, the PlayStation brand. It's a weird way to say that. We are continually exploring new ways to push the boundaries of visual computing and deliver richer, more immersive gameplay experiences. Today, we are pleased to announce that SIE has entered into an agreement to acquire Cinemersive Labs, a UK-based machine learning and computer vision company. Founded in 2022, Cinemersive Labs brings together a specialized team with deep expertise in computer vision and machine learning. Following the acquisition, the Cinemersive Labs team will join SIE's visual computing group and contribute to our broader efforts in advancing state-of-the-art visual computing within games. This includes applying machine learning to enhance gameplay visuals, improving rendering techniques, and unlock new levels of visual fidelity for players. We look forward to welcoming the Cinemersive Labs team. I keep wanting to say Cinnamon or something, Cinnamonverse Labs to the SIE and continuing to make PlayStation the best place to play. So this, caught a lot of people's attention, and some people were very frustrated about this because they feel like, okay, so Sony basically closed Bluepoint and they closed Dark Outlaw, but specifically looking at Bluepoint, a remake slash remaster specialist studio, and then not too long after, they buy this company, which seemingly will, I don't know, enhance the visuals of their games using, I mean, they're saying machine learning, but it is AI. It is AI, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is a weird look. I'm not gonna lie, it's a weird look, but I don't know that these things are connected in the way that people want to assume they are. Like, for example, I don't think it was, we want to buy this company, so the only way we can do that is we got to shut down somebody. Let's shut down Bluepoint, or we don't need Bluepoint anymore. We don't need them to remake games or remaster games because we're gonna have AI do it for us. I don't think that's what we're looking at here. I think that this was something that would have happened regardless. I think it's just completely separate. It's worth noting this is not a studio. People were a little bit confused. I saw people talking about this like this was a studio that Sony acquired. It's not a studio. It's a company they bought a technology basically, and they're going to find a way to implement that technology into what they do with PlayStation. What those results will be, whether people will like it or not, who knows, right? We don't know what the outcome of this is going to be, but Titus, that's funny. All right, so let's talk about Uncharted. Says here it's been nearly 9 years since the release of Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. Actually, I'm gonna read Push Square. They say Uncharted fans have dug up a 6-week-old Instagram post from a Naughty Dog developer and are now contemplating whether it's subtly teasing a new game in the series. Back in February, Uncharted: The Lost Legacy director Sean Eskag made a seemingly innocent post about doing a bit of, quote, research. The image in question features a cannon atop a kind of sort of castle pointing out to the sea. While there aren't any direct links to the Uncharted franchise in the picture, it's the sort of setting and tone you would typically get from one of its games. Thus, the conspiracy theory, it's a small hint at what's to come. The fans have already apparently tracked down the location to Fort George in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'll bring this image up, by the way, so you can see it. So you know why people are jumping to the conclusion that this is teasing a new. Hold on. All right. This is the image that is making people kind of freak out a little bit. Excuse me. So yeah, Sean Eskag posted this, and he simply said research. He's doing research, and for those who don't know, Sean Eskag is currently directing the second single-player Naughty Dog game. Neil Druckmann is producing the game. He's not writing it. He's not directing it. He's just overseeing it and producing it. But the hold on. Sorry, I was like spazzing out. The Uncharted fan base at this point, his last game he directed, Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. I mean, people are now assuming that Uncharted is coming back. Now, here's the question, right? The question is, if this is Uncharted, in fact, being teased, and we are going to see Naughty Dog return to it with this second game, which will undoubtedly be a PlayStation 6 game. Apparently, it's been in development for 3 or 4 years, so it probably is, closer to being done than we think, depending on how smoothly the development has been going. But I think it would be safe to say it's going to be a PlayStation 6 game. What are we thinking if we get another Uncharted? Are we thinking Nathan Drake's coming back? Some people were saying it might be a remake of Uncharted 1. Some people believe it might star his daughter. Some people believe it might be a kind of spin-off that stars like Sully and Sam and stuff like that. And I guess what would you want to see from Uncharted? Now, a reboot would be bold. That would be bold. I don't think they would do a reboot though. It'd be interesting if they did. Young Sully, that would be fascinating. They choose to completely reboot Uncharted games, not do a continuation. That is a fort in Spain, MBG. It seems that way. Looks really nice. Old Drake. Or like really old Drake. I mean, I'm of the mindset, if they do a proper Uncharted 5 and it stars his daughter, like his daughter is the main protagonist, Nathan Drake can be like older Nathan Drake, like really older Nathan Drake. He can be the new Sully, basically, and go on adventures with her. Something like that. I mean, I have this vision in my mind of how an Uncharted 5 could work, where it's like, his daughter is an adult now and knows about his past and wants to follow in his footsteps. Him and Elena are completely against it. Tell her absolutely not. We do not support that. But she ends up going out on her own adventure anyway, against everything, you know? And then Nathan Drake gets pulled in. He's like, damn it. She ain't listening. I gotta watch over her, you know? That could be great. Hey, yo, Sound Spar, what's up, man? Long time no see. The problem with an Uncharted with his daughter is that she has to be just as interesting as Nathan. If she's not, it's not worth doing. Yeah, I agree with that. She has to be written well because that's one of the things that people love so much about Uncharted is Nathan Drake. And obviously his dynamic with all the other supporting characters, but people love Drake. And I think Uncharted Lost Legacy did well, but you know, it was kind of a smaller spinoff and people were okay with that. I do think that if you want to do a proper Uncharted 5, you need to ensure that whoever is going to be at the center of it, they have big shoes to fill. It's going to be tough. I don't know that even if it's his daughter, I don't know that people who love Nathan Drake are just going to be like, absolutely, yeah, this is we're totally fine with this. I think people are going to have to be won over a little bit. But I do think if you want to try to transition, you know, to get people feeling okay, to get them feeling good about whoever that, like, if they want it to be Cassie, if they want it to be somebody brand new or whatever, you know, I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be his daughter, you know, like I just have this vision in my mind. I have this vision in my mind of Drake becoming like Sully. And there he is, Silent Spartan. He comes in. He's reminding everybody today. He's like, oh, y'all forgot about me, huh? Silent Spartan just came in and dropped 50 member gifts on you guys. Absolutely incredible, dude.
Holy shit.
He just ripped open the 50-pack. Guys, I need to see the 50-pack emoji. We don't get to use it too often. We don't get to use it that often. Let me see those 50-pack emojis. Zanarkan's very happy. He's like, amazing. Times 50 memberships. We got to see if Tarnished finally got one or not. Tarnished has been waiting patiently. But I still don't think they got one. Wow, Silent Spartan, thank you so much, man. It's good to see you back again, man. I hope you've been doing well. And where does that? Wow, we're sitting at 85 members now. Boss thinks he's getting treats again. Been on deployment. Ah, that explains it. Well, dude, the fact that you're taking time out to come check the stream and also still dropping support, bro, in such a big way. Thank you so much. I hope things are going good where you are, man. A lot of crazy things going on these days. Stay safe out there, bro, and always appreciate your service, man. Boss, okay. Boss, you need to go the other way. Okay. Hold on, guys. Boss is creating a situation. Don't put your, nope, we're not doing that. Come on. Come on. This is it. Last one. You're cut off after that. Go. I gave you the treats. Go. You don't need to put your ass in the camera, dude. He knows. He knows that's what works. Can't believe you changed your set again. Looks solid. Yeah, dude. This has been a long time coming. This is the final form, bro. This is the final form. Let me tell you. Wow, yeah, that's crazy. It's been that long. So yeah, my father-in-law, he basically built this room. This is my basement. I don't know if you can tell or not, but this area was like a mess. It was a nightmare. There wasn't a wall here. There wasn't a wall back there. But my father-in-law, you know, we decided to take a little bit of money and invest it into really making a good, you know, little studio area here. I got a gaming area in the back. It's my office set up. So yeah, we shouldn't. Yeah, this should be the last time, bro. I should never have to move it again. I got all my internet. I got all the wires set up. I got everything exactly as it needs to be. So I forgot. Yeah, man. Some people still haven't. They're just tuning in. They're like, wow, man, you moved again. You got a new setup again. That's one of the reasons why I would always have a new setup, because I was never like fully satisfied. I always felt like something was out of place, something needed to be reconfigured. You know, I'd have to like share rooms and stuff. And yeah, it turned out great. But again, dude, thank you so much for 50 member gifts. I'm very, very humbled by the generosity of the community here. Let me update the member goal. I guess I'll have to drum for you guys at the end of the stream if I'm able to, as in if there's no technical difficulties. But we are at 85 members on the day, guys. So that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, we cap it at 100. If we hit 100, fantastic. If not, 85 is more than enough, dude. Thank you, guys. Let's see. Shadowlink, he came back too. He's like, yo, what's up? What's up, Sound Spartan? Where's the interrogation room? It's actually right over here. Can't see it. Let me see if I can. The way my monitors are set up, I can't really move my camera at all. See if I can show you anything. See that? Oh. So there's another room next to me there. It's my secret room. It's my interrogation room. I got multiple cat towers right over there, as you can see. I bought a mansion with my Twitter money. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. You'll get more subs playing my song. LOL, just kidding. Well, hey, if you come up with another one in the future, Leo, I'll play it at some point, all right? If you feel inspired by any upcoming games and you want to make another song, maybe we'll play it. All right. Drum to some Buckethead. Oh, some bucket. What song? You know what song I like? I actually don't really like this song because I don't even know what it sounds like. But he has a song called I Can Only Carry 50 Chickens at a Time. It's my favorite song, bro. All right. But yes. A Dio-inspired Bloodborne song. Oh, you're going to put out a gameplay video with your song? That's actually a good idea. That's a great idea, actually. You should do that. I like that. But somebody posted in my Discord yesterday, by the way. Who was it? I don't know who it was. Somebody posted a picture of their playtime in GTA 5. Bro, they had over 4,000 hours. And Silent Spartan comes in. He drops another 10 for you guys. Silent Spartan, he's not done today. He's dropping even more support. He wants to keep it going. He drops another 5. I think he's just trying to get it to the 100. Yeah, he did. He did. He got it to the 100. He's like, I'll do it. I'll do it. So absolutely massive support from the community, and especially Silent Spartan, getting us to the 100 member goal, which I actually have to readjust the little drum here, make it fit. There we go. Silent Spartan, bro, thank you so much, man. How about a
say hello to democracy?
There you go. There you go. Got the Helldiver soundbite for you, bro. Huge day, huge day. So again, if you're here, if you got gifted a membership, we did a morning with the missus a couple days ago. You can go check that out. We'll have more morning with the missus and member streams coming up as well. Also, I'm sorry if my audio might have been a little weird. For some reason, my gain was set to 0. So if my voice was lower, that was why. Yeah, it was a good one, Silent Spartan. I will let you know, the first 15 to 20 minutes were just me and Mrs. MEG chatting with you guys, but then we got talking about my capture card. And my capture card has been broken or like it just wasn't working for like the past 4 to 5 months. So that's why I haven't been streaming any gameplay. And the chat encouraged me to try to like set it up, and she fixed it. But she like figured out how to get it working again, but then I had to do a bunch of configurations, and then we ended up playing a little bit of Marathon and Power Rangers. It was a strange one, but a good one. So I hope you enjoy it. We'll have more coming up. And Zanarkan, I'm sorry, buddy. You dropped a super chat, and you said here, MBG, which was the game the physical version is delayed for a few months after the digital version is released? Mouse PI physical version? Hanzo pre-ordered? Yeah, so it's Mouse PI for hire, which I think, hold on, let me see. Mouse PI for hire comes out, why can't I find the release date? I think it's April 17th. Pretty sure. April 16th, so I was off by one day. Mouse PI for hire releases I think across every platform, April 16th. They just recently announced the physical version and a deluxe edition, and I pre-ordered the physical version. Didn't realize the physical version doesn't come out till July. So this is a game I'm going to have to double dip, but if you are somebody who's interested in this and you buy your games physically, do keep in mind the physical version comes out later. I do wonder if they do that to get a double dip from people like me, because if so, it's very effective. Enjoy the pancakes. I haven't had pancakes in a little while. I'm eating a lot of chicken. I'm trying to get serious about my workout routine again. And with that, I'm also increasing my protein intake. So a lot of chicken, man. I also bought a new flavor of my whey protein. I decided to go with cookies and cream this time. Amazing. Great choice. It tastes amazing. I was just sticking with chocolate. Chocolate can't go wrong, but this cookies and cream flavor, way better than I expected. No, definitely can't snort some creatine. You don't want to do creatine that way. Definitely not. Did you talk to Bane about his Venom supplement? You need ground beef, not chicken. Got to get the collagen too. Well, I eat a lot of beef. Like, I actually eat so much beef that's why I'm eating more chicken, where I started to, I don't know what to think about beef. Like, there's so much conflicting stuff out there where they tell you it's bad for you. You should only eat it a couple times a week. But then people are like, no, it's actually great. You just have to limit your carb intake. You know, beef can only kind of be bad for you if you're eating it with a lot of carbs and a lot of sugar or something, which I guess makes sense, scientifically speaking. And they don't even say you have to eat the lean beef. You know, you need the saturated fat. It's good for you. It's good for your hormones. So I eat a lot of beef already, but I've gotten to a point where I eat so much beef that I'm like, I don't know. I found these frozen teriyaki chicken breasts. They're pre-cooked. You just heat them up, dude. They're made. I think, is it Tyson's the brand? I think. I don't know if they're a great brand, but at least this product they make, it tastes amazing. I'm like, this is awesome. So I'm like addicted to them now. But I love steak, dude. I love steak. Every time we get ground beef, Mrs. MBG usually ends up making tacos. She makes great tacos. Steak and broccoli with eggs. I'm not a big fan of broccoli. Dude, I don't like vegetables. Like, I don't know if that's bad or not. I don't like vegetables. I don't like eating them. I know people like eating vegetables. Mrs. MBG likes eating vegetables, but I'm like, for me, it's forced. Anytime I do it, I'm like, I got to force it. I can't eat spinach. Spinach gives me kidney stones. Steak and eggs, bro. Can't go wrong with steak and eggs. 80-20 beef is the best ground beef. If you have a lot of processed carbs, then it can become counterintuitive. Yeah, that's the problem with me, though. Like, I can't avoid my carbs, man. I think that's another reason I'm switching to chicken more often and fish, because anytime I eat like a meal, I'm like, I got to have some carbs. And I guess it's okay if you have a little bit, but the carnivore, yeah, I've heard a lot about the carnivore diet. I've fantasized about trying it and getting amazing results. Don't know if I have it in me, though. I don't know. I'm too addicted to carbs. I would always find a way to get some type of carbohydrate. But I'll let you know what type of progress I make as we move further into spring, going into summer. Because now that the basement area is all finished, I got my workout area all good to go. You know, I couldn't work out there for like a good 3 weeks because of all the construction that was being done. Titus, you love steak and eggs, especially the way my wife does them. So the eggs have that yellow yolk still. Was that sunny side up? I think that's what they call it. That's how I like my eggs too. Can be messy though. So good. T-bone steak. Keto, I've heard a lot about keto. Keto's tough too. Like really, really, really low carb. Like when you're on keto, it's like the amount of carbs you're basically just getting carbs from vegetables, essentially. Been on it for about 3 years now. A couple of breaks around holidays and birthday. Get yourself a tomahawk steak. Chew on that bone after you're done. Damn, dude. It's like savage. It's got straight up, gotta get that tomahawk bone. That does, oh, God. Now, I was thinking about chicken for dinner, but now I'm thinking beef. Yeah, now I'm thinking steak. Definitely. The carnivore diet is amazing. You did it for 8 months. It repaired your dodgy shoulder. Damn. Man, I wish I had better discipline. Because I love hearing stuff like that. Like, I love the idea of going on a diet that, like, your body benefits so much from it. Even on, like, a short period of time. But it's the discipline that I lack, man. It's the will where, like, I'm just too... I can do good for maybe, like, a day, maybe 2 days. Or I could do good for most of the day. But it's especially, like, at nighttime, like, I'm just so susceptible where it's like, why not? What's the worst it could do? We'll see if I can overcome that eventually, though. I do need to cut down. I do, because I'm still doing good with muscle mass, but like I told you guys, I have this, my body fat percentage, it's not that high, but it's high enough to where it's like I don't like the direction it's going in. If I don't get a hold of it, over time it's going to get worse. It's Good Friday, fish only. Oh, that's true. It is Good Friday. I keep forgetting that. I feel like carbs a lot, just fast. That's another cheat code. That's what one of my friends does. He just did like a 5-day fast, and I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy to me. 5 days, bro. Impressive. There's like maniacs out there though. They do like 30-day fasts. I mean, gotta be careful. Like, don't die. Gotta be concerned about that. No, you didn't miss the drums. Perfect image. We still have a little bit of time. I feel bad because like clearly I've run out of like. Well, I guess I haven't run out of gaming topics, but we're just kind of. I don't know. We're just talking about some other stuff outside of gaming, which is fine. I don't mind doing that. I just don't want to lose too many people when I do that. Water only diet. Yeah, some people do it. I think they maybe just have a little bit of salt for electrolytes. All right. Where are we at time-wise? Okay, so we're making good time. Wow. That's weird. Once again, I've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. It feels like I've been streaming for like 3.5. Not in a bad way. Just sometimes I lose track of time both ways. The fast also works to repair the body. Starts to get rid of the necro cells that our body keeps around. Does intermittent fasting do that too? I'm pretty sure intermittent fasting helps with that, right? Because that's what I do. I don't do like any type of extended fast. But there will definitely be times where I fast for like, 12 to 14 hours before I eat anything. And then I'll stop eating, and I'll have like a week or two at a time where I just do this kind of like intermittent fasting routine. And my body seems to be pretty used to it. But I don't know how healthy or unhealthy I really am. I haven't gotten blood work done in a little while, so a 9-day water fast felt amazing afterwards. That's crazy to me. 9 days. It takes 2 to 3 days for the autophagy to kick in. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I must be aging at an accelerated rate, dude, because I mean, the most I've ever done is like a day and a half. And but it was usually because like I had to get blood work done or something. So I don't know. Maybe I do need to look into this. 2, 3, 4-day fasts. I don't know. I just, in my mind, I'll say like, oh, I could do that, but I think I think I would just break it without even thinking about it. I could be on like day 2 and I'll wake up and I'll just put creamer in my coffee and it's like, oh, oops. MBG, it's pretty much confirmed it's Uncharted with that image. I agree. I can't see it being anything other than Uncharted now. You have ADHD, you do intermittent fasting every day. 4-hour eating schedule, 20-hour fast, amazing for longevity, they say. I drank 4 bottles of water with pure lemon juice for 30 days and lost 35 pounds. Damn. 30 days? 30 days? Ooh. Yeah, that's like a total reset, dude. Changes your relationship with food. I imagine it does. First 2 to 3 days are hard. Eat when you're hungry, not when you're bored. True. As I take a sip of my coffee. Well, we still have a little bit of time here before we wrap up the stream. So I guess at this point we could kind of leave it open to any topics. I don't know if you guys want to do some more gaming topics. We can do that. Is there any particular gaming topic that you guys would want to discuss here on this Friday afternoon? Oh, I didn't see Luna back there. Did we talk about the State of Decay 2 playtest? I talked about it at the very beginning. But yeah, I think I'm going to try signing up for that. Can anybody tell me where the playtest is taking place? Is it PC only? Is it just going to be PC and Xbox? Do you think they'll actually extend it to PS5? It's full. Are you serious? I don't have a chance now? It's over? They already filled it up? They'll do more later? Oh, man. Well, at this point, all I can hope for is that somebody leaks some gameplay. Damn. I didn't think it was going to be that quick. I thought I had at least a couple days. DualSense 3 feature wish list? Not even DualSense 2, DualSense 3. Well, my thing with State of Decay 3, dude, is I feel like I've been waiting to see Undead Labs fully realize their AAA vision for this franchise. I think everything we've seen from State of Decay so far has still been in the indie to AA realm. And that's fine. Like, you know, those games were amazing. State of Decay, especially 1, when you realize like that was just a small indie game, dude. But the mechanics and the idea of like how much this could be expanded upon, I think really lent itself to being a AAA type of experience. So I'm really curious with State of Decay 3 if they're actually going to pull it off. I'll be interested to see if we get to hear from anybody who does the alpha playtests. I'm assuming it'll be NDA'd and they can't talk about it and they certainly can't show footage, but you know, there's a chance it might leak. And we have Zanarkan with another super chat. He says, MBG, you should note some of these diets, like water only, are very risky and give a warning to those who want to pursue these diets. People should consult a professional when changing their diet. That's true. Yeah, everybody responds differently to especially sudden, dramatic dietary changes. Some people can adapt to it very quickly and they're fine. Other people, it can be quite rough, you know, even when you're talking about doing something like a carnivore diet or keto. So yeah, for anybody who's thinking about trying any of that stuff, make sure you consult your doctor, talk to a professional, get some guidance, get some advice. maybe even for some people, they might want to even like, get checked out beforehand, get some blood work done, make sure you're in good shape, make sure there's nothing wrong before you do anything. And yeah, you got to be careful with this stuff because the benefits can be amazing, but the human body is a crazy thing, man, where when your body it's all about adaptation. And when you're so adapted to something, you can put your body practically into shock if you just, switch over without any type of preparation or warning. But yeah, thank you, Zanark, and you're right. I should probably I should say that when we're talking about this stuff to people, because I don't know, people, you can it's easy for people to make mistakes and do things wrong and end up accidentally hurting themselves. Hold on. Luna, come here. Come on, Luna. Boss, you're not getting any more. This is for Luna. Go ahead. Go ahead. You've had enough, boss. You had more than enough treats, dude. Speaking of dieting and fasting, boss, I think you're next. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Dwayne, no, boss, it's not for you. You don't always have to necessarily, well, I don't know if I want to advocate for that. MBG told me I didn't need to talk to my doctor. I'm not going to say that, but at the very least, I just want to recommend to people, do research. If you're planning on making any major change.
Up until next then A420 event GTA 6 marketing is happening next trailer 0505 mark that date. If not, I'll hold that L.
Oh, interesting. They have an event, a 420 event. Next trailer, May 5th. Well, I mean, I don't know. Perfect Image, because they said they're not kicking off their marketing till summer. They said not till summer. So, I mean, May 5th is definitely before summer. That's spring. That's like the middle of spring. I think you're going to be holding the L, Perfect Image. We'll see. Maybe you're right. But I'm anticipating... Honestly, I'm not anticipating... I think the next GTA trailer till like July or something. Truthfully. I think July. So you have July, August, September, October. That's like a 4-month marketing cycle. That's a long marketing cycle. An aggressive marketing cycle for 4 months for GTA, I think would be more than enough. But I don't know if they wanted to move it up. I guess they could. Their plans change. They could do May, June, July, August, September, October. A 6-month marketing cycle. But yeah, summer doesn't technically start till like June 21st, I think. Just watched the State of Decay announcement. The animations look good. In fact, everything does. Oh, wait, they actually showed some gameplay? Oh, hold on. I got to go check this out now. State of Decay 3. Luna, are you going to go eat the treats? All right, hold on. Let me see something here. Hopefully, I don't regret this. Let go. Let go. You're okay. Let go. Luna, let go. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to put you down. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you stuck? You're good. You're good. Are you stuck? Just eat the treats. Eat the treats, Luna. All right? I just feel bad. Luna's so scared. I'm sorry. Luna's so scared. And I just feel bad. She's sitting over on the other side of the room. I know she wants some treats. I brought her over. Then her claw got like stuck or something, and I'm like, I'm just trying to share the treats with the other cats because I think they're all a little bit scared of Boss. Like, I ain't going near that guy. All right. Let me go check out the State of Decay video. I actually haven't watched it yet. See if I can bring it up here.
Any survivors out there? Is this thing working? Can you hear me? This is Brant Fitzgerald from the Undead Labs Enclave in Seattle, and I'm broadcasting this message to the State of Decay community to give you an update on State of Decay 3. Over the last few years, most of the team's been doing updates for State of Decay 2. The rest of us been creating cool for State of Decay 3. We've been keeping a close eye on what you liked about State of Decay 2 and what you didn't. We've read your feedback on Discord. We've watched your gameplay clips and live streams on YouTube.
We just got 3 in 1, baby.
And through it all, we've seen how powerful and tight-knit this community is.
That's all you gotta do, guys.
It became clear the community is survival and that we need your help. And if you've made it this far, great, because starting next month, we'll be hosting a series of alpha playtests with the community. Listen, I'm not going to spoil the surprise for you, but I can say that it will feature 4-player co-op, some new base building and resource strategies, and a whole lot of combat.
Is that when they're showing the gameplay on these screens? Is that State of Decay 3 that we're looking at? Or is this State of Decay 2?
Strategies and a whole lot of combat. If scavenging supplies in the middle of a zombie outbreak sounds fun to you, then grab your ruck, pack some mags, and head over to our website to find more information and register for a chance to be included in the alpha. If you don't get contacted for this round, don't worry. We'll keep your name on the list and have plenty of other opportunities for you throughout the year. We'll be sharing more updates like this throughout development to keep you up to date on what's new, what we're learning, and let you know about more opportunities to join the fun.
Okay, so like this right here, this is State of Decay 3, right? Ooh, it's looking pretty good. Dude, I like it. I like it. I'm liking the way it looks. I can see the improvements, but it still has that kind of State of Decay look. Yeah. Oh man. Let me back up a little bit here. I want to.
Thank you again for your support and your patience over the years. We cannot wait to share more information about State of Decay with you. Remember, community is survival. Oh, God. Fun.
So I guess this is like literally the first look at State of Decay 3, like actual gameplay. Just a couple seconds, but yeah, I can't wait, dude. Like, I am happy that they're talking about it and they're getting people in. I do really hope this is a day one PS5 game. I don't normally beg. I don't port beg like this, but for this game, I definitely want it to be day one on PS5. And yeah, State of Decay 2, I remember with that game, I think the problem was they wanted to make it like a bigger AAA type of game, but they struggled with porting the engine over and they had to like kind of redo it. And I think because of that, they basically had to, it ended up just feeling like not slightly, but just a slightly more a moderately, not slightly, a moderately more refined and bigger version of State of Decay 1. But again, State of Decay 1 was an indie game. So I'm really wondering like how much bigger and better they're going to make this one. If this is my first look, though, I'm liking it. I like the art style. I like it's got that Americana type look to it. I'll tell you what, too. If this is my first glimpse, I can see an improvement, pretty significant improvement. I don't think it looks like the most cutting edge, like photorealistic graphics, but that's not ever what State of Decay was about. It just looks like a big step up, certainly. So, all right, that's cool, man. I didn't realize they released a whole trailer like that. Do I think it's coming to PS5? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it would be strange if it didn't. They clearly have had enough time to prepare for a PS5 version. Maybe it's Helix gameplay. I mean, maybe I'm more. That's the thing. Like, if they're doing an alpha playtest, I don't think they said. Which platforms it's going to be available on. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's assumed to just be PC and Xbox for now. That's awesome, though. It makes me think that we're going to see State of Decay at the upcoming Xbox showcase, which would be great. I hope we do. That's cool, man. I'm relieved at this only because like there was some serious concern that maybe State of Decay and Undead Labs was on the chopping block, and I'm like, nah, bro. We got to let them put State of Decay 3 out. We have to. Cheese and Chainsaws with a 2-pound chat says, they make mobile level slop. It'll play like crap. Why you gotta troll me like that, bro? I don't think so. You think? I don't know. I mean, one of the things I do remember is with State of Decay 2, it got a lot of criticism for the animation work. Like a lot of people felt like the animation work was really weak and not great. So I'm hoping that's an area they've improved upon. And I would imagine, how long it's been in development, surely they've made some strides in improvement. Is it Unreal Engine 5? That I'm not sure. Let me see. State of Decay 3 engine. Yep, UE5. So it can look really good. UE5 games can look really good. But that's cool. Nice little surprise from them today. But yeah, I do think it's going to come to PS5 only because I feel like this is one of those teams. See, what's weird is like some people are thinking that Gears of War E-Day is not going to come to PS5. And let me see what we know about that. I typed in Ears of War. Okay. Is Gears of War E-Day? It says, based on reports, Gears of War E-Day is expected to come to PS5 alongside Xbox in 2026. Rumors stem from reputable industry sources. So somebody came into my chat the other day and they said that the job listing for Gears of War E-Day that mentioned PlayStation 5, there's no more mention of PlayStation. Is that true? That person could have just been making that up. I didn't see anything reported. Gears is not officially announced for PlayStation yet. Fable is. Forza Horizon 6 is. You're seeing Starfield now and South of Midnight. So it would, in Halo, Halo's confirmed. It would be very strange, in my opinion, if they were just like, but with Gears, for just some reason, we're just not going to do it. Fable's day and date, yeah. Fable is launching on Xbox and PS5 at the same time. That's why I feel like it. I don't think Fable's going to get canceled. No, there's no way. It's Tim Dog leaked Microsoft's third-party plan. Was over on his Twitter. Did he give an update recently? All right, let me see. Tim Dog. I don't follow him. Is it American Tim Dog? Do I have them? I have him blocked? Guys, is this the same? This isn't the same Tim Dog. I don't know who is this? I'm confused. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying F Xbox games. We don't need to port bag their crap. Well, I mean, I don't think we have to port bag either, because where we are now, they're trying to get PlayStation players to buy the games, you know? I will admit, though, I'm not going to port bag for Gears. I personally would be completely unaffected if Gears doesn't come to PlayStation, you know? And that would be interesting. To me, what would be interesting about it is what it's signaling. Like, oh, you are still doing exclusives? Interesting. Fascinating. Sony, you seeing this? You know? It makes me more interested in how Sony may react to it. But in terms of whether or not they're really going to go through with that, the end goal and the purpose of it is what would fascinate me the most. Like, I do wonder if Asha Sharma, maybe she will make some bigger changes than we think, which would be surprising, certainly. Zanarkand, you're saying MEG, Hanzo Reza, what is State of Decay about? Zanarkand Blitzer says, I'm also curious. Plus, who's the developer? Platforms, PS5, PC release date. Undead Labs is the developer. And basically, it's a survival game. It's kind of like a sim game, but it has really solid gameplay. You basically build up an encampment, and you try to go out into the world and scavenge resources, scavenge weapons, find other people, other survivors, build up your base and make it more and more self-sufficient and sustainable. And the big thing about State of Decay 3 is or just the State of Decay series, is when survivors die, there's permadeath for survivors. So if you get attached to one particular survivor and you build up their skills, and they're like your main survivor that you play as, if you die, you lose all your gear and they permanently die. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool aspect of it. And the gameplay loop is really addicting. That's the thing that they really get right, is the survival gameplay loop combined with the gameplay itself is really satisfying. It's third-person shooting. There's melee combat. You can drive around. The looting feels really good in my opinion. I've never played anything quite like it, to be honest. There hasn't been a game that feels quite like State of Decay in terms of taking all those mechanics and putting them together. It is a post-apocalyptic zombie survival. So that's not new or novel by any stretch, but I don't know. It scratches some kind of itch. Now I'm convinced you've never played it. Nonsense. I have. Are you kidding me? I just described it. El Unico, a member for 11 months, says, how did Gears Reloaded sell on PlayStation? Maybe the return isn't worth the brand damage, like how PS views Steam. My understanding is Gears did not sell well on PlayStation. To be fair, though, my understanding is that Gears, the remaster, did not sell well in general. It just didn't do well at all. So it could be that maybe they have just decided, yeah, it's not worth it. But I don't know. the alternative. So if they were to make Gears exclusive to Xbox again, it's more, to me, it's more about the signal they're sending, where it's like, we want to sell consoles now again. And dude, this is why I'm like, are we about to actually see Sony and Microsoft come into next gen treating it like, no, yeah, we're doing exclusives, we're trying to sell the box? That would be shocking, especially from Microsoft's point of view, especially from their end, because it's like, bro, wait, what? Like, you guys really just did a hard 180 if they go back to exclusives. I'm not opposed to that at all, though. As much as I want State of Decay on PlayStation, and I think it's cool, you know, that PlayStation players can play these games, I would love to see Microsoft be like, Sony, no more free rides. We're coming for you again. I would love to see that. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying no, LOL. It's Microsoft PR talk. They don't want hardware sales. I mean, yeah, I've fallen for it so many times in the past where it's like, is Microsoft, like, are they really just going to change their strategy completely again? After everything that's already been done? Again, like, you can't undo Halo coming to PlayStation. I mean, I guess they still technically could if they wanted. I don't think they've opened up pre-orders. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I remember when we were talking about Forza Horizon 6, we had heard with Forza Horizon 6 that, like, oh, yeah, it's not coming to PlayStation right away. And there was some conversation happening, like, well, that's because they're going to leverage it as a timed exclusive. And I'm like, I don't think so. It's more likely that they just won't have it ready in time. And when we watched the developer direct, they pretty much confirmed, like, yeah, no, it's coming to PlayStation. We just need a little bit more time for the PlayStation version. You know? And it doesn't seem like a strategic decision as much as it's just literally necessary. So, you know, could it be a similar situation with Gears where it's like they're going to need more time for a PS5 version? Maybe. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying you warn everyone all the time. They lie. What's different now? Well, you're not wrong. It's not just these companies. See, the difference between a lie and a temporary, is it a lie or is it just a temporary truth? You know, where with these companies, it always feels like a temporary truth because they're always changing their minds on shit. They're always getting, you know, there's leadership shuffles, there's market changes. And so they, you know, something they said 6 months ago, something they said a year ago is like completely null and void. So it's, I guess a more appropriate way to put it is, I don't know that I would say it's, I mean, there are times where there are blatant lies, but generally speaking, it's more along the lines of, it's true today, it might be true tomorrow, might not be true 6 months from now. And so, you know, a lot of people, they just, when they talk about certain things, it's like they do so as if it's permanent. And the reality is, dude, these companies, they'll change whatever they feel they need to change at any moment to align with the bottom line. And that's true for Sony too. It's why we're seeing Sony. It's why it's surprising where it's like, wait, Sony, you are done with PC? And they're like signaling that they might be. It's like, oh, okay, well, in the eyes of a lot of PC players, they feel like they lied. You know, it's like, well, yeah, I guess kind of, but that's the nature of it, right? They come in for 5 years straight saying, yeah, we're doing PC, just to be like, no, we're not. We're done. They change their minds all the time. MBG, Tim Dog leaked everything about third-party games, and everyone called him crazy. Now he's saying Gears is exclusive. He says he will delete his Twitter account, doubling down. Well, I have a question, Vinino, and hopefully you can answer this. Is he saying it's permanently exclusive? Like, did he clarify that? Because you're right. I remember he was out here leaking that stuff. He wasn't the only one, but yeah, he was part of that. Is he saying it's permanently exclusive or it's timed exclusive? Permanent exclusivity, that would be a message being sent. And that would be, dude, I would be very interested to see the reaction from people if you're saying, according to him, it's a permanent exclusive. Huh. That dude, oh, that's going to be something, man. He said speculation. I got to see. Is his account Xbox themed? What's his Twitter account? Is he at American Tim Dog? Is that his account? Or is that somebody else? You wonder how old I am? I could tell you how old I am. Let me guess, 32? Yes. You got it, 32. You got it first try. Chad Warden is buying a PS5 and Switch 2 for his tykes now. Saying these guys know nothing. They just throw shit at the wall until something sticks. I don't know. Claiming you'll delete your Twitter account if you're wrong is pretty bold. Oh, that is him. Okay. Well, his account has changed quite a bit. Got to scroll down. Let me see. I guess he kind of shifted into politics now. Do you know the date he posted it? Maybe make it easier for me to find. Wait, hold on. So he says, wait, that means she's telling us they're not going to do that. Ignore PlayStation. They're going to focus on Xbox. Return to it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I... Today is legs and triceps day. Dreading legs. Yeah. He was on another podcast I watched, and it didn't seem like it was sweet in stone. He's a political grifter. You really believe he'd delete his account for anything for clicks? I mean, okay, hold on. Here we go. I think I found it. Understood, but the premise is if your games are very good, think Spider-Man, think The Last of Us, and God of War, that's going to perform. So it's a part of each other. Exclusive sell hardware. That's why Xbox makes the bet on Gears E-Day. The dev is maybe the best UE5 developer going with tech. They have one of the best devs in the world with UE5 and co-develop with People Can Fly. Built from the ground up with Unreal Engine 5, Gears of War E-Day delivers unprecedented graphical fidelity. So if the game isn't up to par, it does nothing. But if it's really good, it sells hardware. They're playing a long card. It's all being set up for Helix. They need exclusives. It's non-debatable. So here's my thing with that. Everything Microsoft is doing in gaming is to pursue higher profit margins. And they're getting so aggressive with this, not only because Xbox consoles have failed to sell and have hit a brick wall, but also because of the investments they made with especially Activision Blizzard, but also Bethesda. And so to me, when it comes, like, if Asha Sharma, like, it is believable to me. If you told me, like, she's new, she doesn't know what she's doing in gaming, she's learning, and she's taking in all this feedback, and she's doing all this research. And one of the things that she sees is that historically, the way it's always been done is you make games exclusive to your box to sell your box. And she sees that only in the last 2 to 3 years has Microsoft stopped doing that. Sony's still doing that. Nintendo's still doing that. Therefore, their boxes are selling. She might literally just come at it from the approach of, like 2 + 2 = 4 type logic, where we stopped making games exclusive to our box. Therefore, people stopped buying our box. That's why our box failed. So if we follow what the other guys are doing, they're all making, exclusive games to their box. Their boxes and devices are still selling. Let's go back to doing that. The logic is sound. The logic is right there. But what doesn't add up to me is, like, surely she would be smart enough to know. Like, surely that, like, Phil already tried that. And every Xbox leader before Phil tried that. What would make her think that this time will be different? That, like, it'll work this time? Especially when you're talking about her whole job being a new CEO of Xbox is to raise the profit margins and get Xbox to a more profitable place where it's not the only division underneath Microsoft losing money. ABG, he did talk with some big wigs in Xbox, but he wasn't sure when Jez was grilling him about stuff. Well, I mean, I personally would like to see Xbox return to exclusives. I would love to see that. I really sincerely would, because I just think that would make the whole console industry, I don't want to say the whole industry, but generally speaking, it would feel like things are back to what they should have been the whole time, what they always were, and how they should have been the whole time is what I mean to say. Where it's like, yes, like Xbox should, like, I'm not saying they should make Call of Duty exclusive. That would make no sense. But if they, like, make a decision where, like, yes, games like Gears and Halo and Forza and, like, most of our bigger first-party games, like, those games are going to be exclusive, that does make sense. I don't think it will work for them, truthfully. Like, I like this notion that we're betting on Gears of War E-Day being a system seller. It's like, I think it's a little too late for that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Like, I mean, go ahead, test it. If you're willing to take the risk, go for it. I would like to see it and find out, like, if Gears of War E-Day looks incredible and it's massive and, it's a true return to form for Gears, people aren't, they're feeling like this is like a Gears 1 moment again. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if it starts to sell consoles. But I just don't know. Like, is that going to happen? I don't know. Like, I get the idea of, like, well, it works for Nintendo. Yes, it does. It works for Sony. Yes, it does. Why can't it work for Xbox? I mean, I guess there isn't necessarily a specific reason it can't work for Xbox, but it's like they just spent the last 2.5 years telegraphing that they're not trying to get you to buy a console. So if you try and it doesn't work, what do you blame? At that point, you probably blame the fact that you spent the last 2.5 years telling people not to buy a console. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, the hole that they've dug themselves in when it comes to their console hardware, I feel like is simply too deep for them to get out of. It would be different if we were sitting here talking about Project Helix being a $600 console that's, it's a return to the Xbox 360. Like they're looking to be as aggressive with getting this box in people's homes as they were with the Xbox 360. That would be different. I would believe that. I would say then exclusives might start working for you. then the strategy shift might be justified. But as it stands right now, man, it's like I'm over here talking to you guys about whether or not an exclusive Venom game or Spider-Man 3 or The Last of Us Part 3, mega tentpole exclusives for PS6. Would that be enough to sell an $800 or $900 PS6? I'm not sure. I question that deeply. And that's PlayStation, dude. There is no chance that, like Gears E-Day being exclusive to a potentially $1,000 Helix, that's not going to do much. That's not going to save their hardware sales. Frankly, I don't think anything can when we're talking about prices this steep. But I don't know if I believe it, man. Here's what I'll say. I can believe it. I can believe they'll try it. I don't think it'll work. I don't believe it'll work. But I'd love to see them try. And I'd actually like to see it work. Because I just have this fantasy of us getting back to the way things were, competitively speaking, seeing Sony and Microsoft just kind of really take each other on in a more meaningful, intense way, and not watching them just constantly scramble to try to, appease shareholders in the temporary moment, I'm curious about Helix, though. It could turn the tables. I won't count on it yet. Helix would have to do something nobody expects. Unless this is some kind of, big, I don't know. They're trying to trick everybody. Where we want people to think this box is going to be $1,000 or more, and then we come out and it's $700. And because it's $700, even though that's still a lot, people are shocked. And it's like that's right. That's right. We're selling this at $700. And presumably the PS6 would have to be the same price or very, right around there, right? But that's the thing, man. We know too much. There's just too much we know, where it's what is the APU of Project Helix? The APU Project Helix is fucking colossal. It's the biggest console APU ever built. It's going to be super expensive, literally just based on the actual materials needed to build each APU. It's going to be expensive as hell. So the only actual alternative is Microsoft is okay with, we're going to eat that cost. Again, I would love to see that, but that's where the mentality is completely different, where in the original Xbox days, in the Xbox 360 days, they'll eat the cost to make it, in the market. Now it's no, we're not going to eat that cost. We're going to just sell it for what it, to sell it at a break even or profit. And then we'll just take it from there. So I don't know, man. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying they'd still be selling Call of Duty, Minecraft, Diablo, Doom, and others multi-platform. Maybe they're just switching back to certain IP staying timed or exclusive. Yeah, I mean, that would make logical sense. I could see that. I guess it's just, for me, it would be to what end? Maybe Asha Sharma would be willing to do that because it's she's engaging with the fans and talking with the fans, and she sees that they're all begging for exclusivity. Maybe she's smart enough to know that, well, we can't just turn the ship back around, the genie's out of the bottle, but maybe we can mitigate it. But I don't know. I mean, presumably, I mean, look, maybe we're all overthinking this. Maybe I'm way overthinking it, where it's maybe they're just going to temporarily go back to exclusivity, and it's going to be kind of smoke and mirrors just for the launch of Helix, just so it's not completely dead on arrival. You could maybe extend that to Sony, where it's maybe Sony actually in the long run does plan to continue to sell their games on PC. They just want to make people think for the first couple years of the PS6, no, we're done. Exclusives only, buy PS6. But once they get comfortable, it's okay, well, yeah, no, we're going to port Ghost of Yotei to PC now. And honestly, by that point, nobody would really care. That's the ironic part about it, is we care now because of how fresh Ghost of Yotei is. We'll care with Wolverine because of how fresh Wolverine is. But if we're like 3 years into the PS6 gen, Sony's like, yeah, we're porting Wolverine to PC. I mean, I don't know though. Like at that point, you're playing, a game of ping pong with the headlines, which can have a deleterious effect depending on how severe the backlash could potentially be. But I don't know. It always comes back to I don't know. You know what I know? I don't know. That's all I know. Why me? You're saying with the $2 chat, Moore's Law is dead. Said $800 to $900. I don't know. It's true though. Well, a lot of people think that Moore's Law is dead is he's pricing these consoles, including the PS6, too low. He just came out yesterday, I think, and said that the PS6 is not going to be more expensive than the PS5 Pro. And people are having a very hard time believing that. I mean, the only question that really needs to be answered by Microsoft, and we will have the answer to this question, I think, before the end of the year, certainly. Are you trying to take on PlayStation? Specifically their console. Are you trying to take on the PlayStation 6? Yes or no? Because I'm so tired of this wishy-washy, I hear you, but we're, I tried reading that interview with Asha Sharma and Matt Booty, and I'm like, I don't know what any of them just said. Like, they're all over the place. They're trying to cover every base simultaneously, And it's like, what are we doing exactly? That's the question. Like, at least that's the only one that matters to me, which is like, are you trying to compete with the PlayStation 6 or not? Because everything I'm seeing Sony doing right now indicates that Sony thinks they might be, which is why they're like tightening everything. They're tightening the belt, and they're really kind of like, they're retreating back, crouching down, being more like, we're just going to worry about what we're doing, and we're going to get aggressive with trying to sell hardware and our console and our exclusives. Sony seems to be preparing in the same way that they would every other console generation, expecting there to be somebody right there to challenge them, whether that be Nintendo, Microsoft, whoever. And that's why it's interesting. Where like, if you look at the way Microsoft is talking about Helix, and you look at even the way some fans are talking about Helix and this new CEO and a shift in, we're retiring to this as an Xbox marketing campaign. And it's like, are we doing what I think we're doing here? I'm not opposed to it, but I just want clarity on it. That's all I want. I want clarity for the sake of, so we can know what we're looking at, what we can expect over the next year and a half. Because there's just so much still in front of us in regards to Microsoft that indicates they are not doing they're not doing that. Regardless of what any Xbox fan wants to think, they're not doing that. There's too much in front of us to. But these things happen quick, man. Like, we started the beginning of this generation with Phil Spencer coming out, showing the Xbox Series X, talking about the Series S, showing off Hellblade, talking about bringing exclusives with Bethesda, after they bought them, to where we are now. A lot can change in a very short period of time. So I guess we should just kind of maybe be prepared for anything, really. Helix will be PC exclusives, then port to console. Oh, yeah. We got those Windows PC exclusives, aka Helix exclusives, and yeah, we'll port them to console at some point. Yeah, PS5, Series X and S, Switch 2. That'd be a hell of a strategy. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, shouldn't they be competing with Nintendo in second? I don't know. Dude, at this point, I don't know. What is competition at this point in the console space, in the console marketplace? What is it? I don't know. We're in such a weird place right now. I mean, I see so many different opinions from people. Some people believe that Sony is going to not have any competition and get arrogant and do whatever they want. Some people believe that Microsoft is actually going back and they're going to try to actually outdo the PlayStation 6 and really compete at a high level. Some people believe that Sony is mainly focused on Nintendo with the PlayStation handheld trying to take on Nintendo, and they see them as their main competitor. Meanwhile, everything we're hearing is just, it's kind of all over the place at any given time. Even the executives with what they're saying, you know, when they do speak, it's like, what? MBG, I don't know about you, but I'm ready for March 2027 to see what is awaiting us. I am. Like, I'm very much ready to, you know, to just experience all the upcoming games. Like, that's the thing, is even though we're talking so much about next gen, there's still so many amazing games coming. But yeah, you can just tell, like, this is looming in the distance, but it's not so far that you can't kind of see it coming over the horizon. Like, you can just make it out ever so slightly. So no matter what else is directly in front of you, like, you just can't take your eyes, metaphorically speaking, off of what's looming over the horizon there. And you're just, you know, you're waiting for it to come clear and become clearer and clearer as it gets closer to you. And that's why, like, you know, every time I think, like, okay, we're going to have a stream where we don't talk about next gen, it's hard because that's like half the headlines right now, man. Even last night, dude, like, I was just chilling on the sofa, getting ready to watch some Married with Children with Mrs. MBG. That's what we've been watching. Great show. So funny. And I just, you know, I went to go check my phone for a second and I just saw this tweet. I don't even follow Moore's Law as that on Twitter, but it just like popped up and he was like saying like I got another major PlayStation 6 leak for you. And I'm like, hold up. I'm like, I gotta go check out what this is right now. You know? And it feels like every week now we're gonna get like new reports, new updates. But I'll tell you what, here's the big thing though, especially with Sony. Sony is preparing to talk to investors next month with their annual business meeting. That's going to be a big deal. Like, they're going to have to make things very clear to their shareholders, especially now, because so think of it like this. The next time, after this May passes, the next time Sony will do their annual business meeting to really lay out their plan for shareholders, there's a good chance the PS6, if not the actual box itself, would have been revealed. PS6 games may have been announced, and certainly the logo and a bunch of information would have already been officially revealed. So that's why you can kind of anticipate that the next time, you know, that being next month in May, Sony does their annual business meeting, they're going to have to really telegraph to their shareholders, like, here's kind of our plan and what we're doing. And Zanarkand, you're saying, MBG, when did Microsoft change the code name for Xbox to Helix? I remember Xbox Magnus before. Very recently, they announced the actual official. So Magnus, they didn't actually change it. Magnus is the code name of the APU that will be inside of the next Xbox, powering it, basically. So we just called it Xbox Magnus because that's all we had to go off of. But the actual code name of the entire project itself is Helix. So that's where that comes from. They announced that pretty recently. After they found out Jim Ryan's middle name was Magnus. Jim Magnus Ryan. I love how Devastation is like, oh, really? Jim Ryan's middle name is Magnus? That's new. Devastation is like, oh, yes, I see. Now, I think Jim Ryan's middle name is Bartholomew. Jim Bartholomew Ryan. Perfect Image, you're saying, read my last. Until the plan. Yeah, the plan is the plan until it's not the plan, MBG. That's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? That pretty much sums it up. All right, guys, we're going to stream for about 5 more minutes here. I'll do a last call. Very successful day. We hit 100 members Although I did say I was going to drum, didn't I? I did say that. I know Devastation. I know. I know, bro. It's just funny. Is the stream staying up as I missed most of it? Yeah. Yeah. And a reminder, if you happen to use, which some of you might, because I'm sure some of you guys are YouTube Premium subscribers. If you use YouTube Music, there's a dedicated podcast section. You can listen to Press X podcasts over there as like an audio only. If you use YouTube Music from now on, so it'll be added to that. But yeah, the stream will be staying up. MBG, this upcoming generation has to be the least exciting ever for me, but the neural render and graphics leap will be huge. It's gonna be interesting. Have I played Crimson Desert? I have not. All right. Sorry. All right, yeah. So we're gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna put out a poll. Vote on this poll because we hit 100 members. So I'm going to see what you guys vote on. We can either do reps because I got to do something. You know, we hit 100. I got to do something. We can either do. Now, listen, I will let you know if you vote for drums, I cannot. You're not going to see me on camera. You know how it is. I can't really move the camera, especially because it's in the other room now. You should be able to hear it, though. It should come through. Actually, I don't know if it'll come through. I have to test it. It might be able to. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying Crimson Desert rose to the highest rated user score behind RE9 of the year so far. It's really having an amazing run around with updates, near 5 million sold. I saw that. Yeah, it's really weird because like people are basically saying that this game is having its like 2.0 moment within like a couple weeks of release. I'm like, that's fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen that with a game. So that's great. That's good for them, man. I mean, Crimson Desert seems like it's a very high quality game in many regards. So I think that they definitely earned it and they deserve it. But at 5 million sold, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I wonder if it'll have long legs and end up hitting like 7 million, maybe 10 million at some point. But I heard one thing I've heard about Crimson Desert that everybody seems to agree on is like the beginning is terrible. Like that the beginning is so boring. Like the first like 6 or 7 hours or something. And there's just like nothing they can, they can't patch that out or whatever. But I don't know if that's true. I haven't played it. All right. So it looks like you guys want me to do a little bit of drumming. We could do that. We could do like 5 minutes of drumming as a reward for hitting 100 members. I do have to get it set up though. So I'll be right back. Hang tight. If by the time I come back, it turns out you want reps, we'll just do that. If you guys want to drop any more support, feel free to do so right now because we will be wrapping up soon. All right. All right. You guys will have to let me know. Oh, hold on, my stream crashed. You guys will have to let me know how it sounds. All right. I don't know if it's going to be able to come through well enough. Cleaning the mold in the basement. I do have to turn the gain up, though. Hold on. Let me know how it's at. Let me know if it's too loud. I don't even know if you can hear me. You'll have to let me know. We good? I don't know. We good? Too loud? That sounds hood. Wait, what? I think that sounds hood. Good. Sounds good. All right, let's see how this sounds. I don't know how this is going to sound. We'll try it. how any of that sounds, bro. It might sound like complete ass, for all I know. But yeah, I'm playing guitar and the drums at the same time. How'd you guys know? Maybe I can find drumless tracks. Let's see. All right, I'll try something here. All right, I think I gotta stop before I get copyrighted there. But all right, I don't know. Is that enough? Should I keep going? All right, I don't know. Fuck. Yeah, I messed it up there. I'm not wearing my headphones, so I'm trying to just go based off of what's coming through the amp. But I mean, yeah, I struggle with this because I'm not getting any feedback. I can't hear anything. I have no idea how it sounds for you guys on the other end, and I just sit here imagining it sounds like complete shit. But you know, I could do. I'll try one last thing here. So I'll try to find some random drumless tracks. I don't know what these are. I've never listened to these. Let's see. Serious Shift Funk. Is that what we want? We want some funk? Oh my god. No, I don't want that. What the fuck? My bad. My bad. I don't know what that was. Summer Groove? Drumless. Let's see. I don't know. That was okay. That wasn't too bad. I just gotta go back to my chat now. There's a bunch of random drumless tracks. I don't know. Sounds amazing, brother. Keep going. All right, let's see. I'll see if I can find one more drumless track. I'm just playing these on the fly. I don't even know. Let's see. Drumless tracks. It's a lot of funk, man. Deep atmospheric. I don't know about that one. Spacey fusion. Post rock. Midnight mellow. Soulful groove. There's a lot. Drumless Gojira? No, thank you. I'm not that good. Math rock. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I'm just gonna keep looking here. I'll find one more and then we'll call it. Jazzy hip hop. What does that sound like? Groovy rock? I don't know what this sounds like. I don't know if I'm feeling that one, guys. Midwest emo? I don't know if I'm feeling that one either. Shit, I don't know. I can't find any that I like. I told you guys I'd do one more. Corey Wong Funk? What? Highway to Hell? Not doing that. Alright, I'll just give this one a shot. I don't know what this sounds like. Fuck it. What the fuck these tracks are, man. I'm over here just trying to find something a little bit heavier. I'm just getting these weird, funky grooves. So, I don't know. I don't know if this should be the end of it. Let me see. Try some. At least you got passion, brother. That's what matters. We could do I don't know. I figure I'll just play some random shit, you know. Plot twist, it's Mrs. MEG playing the drums. How'd you know? How'd you know? back over. Some Deftones. Some Deftones. I don't even think I was playing that right. All right. Wow. I got to say I'm surprised. I still got 95 people here. Thank you, guys. You must really love me. Shit ain't even connected to the computer either. All right. Let me lower this down. Okay. How long was I doing that for? I don't know. It's easy to lose track of time. Hopefully that didn't sound too bad. I don't know. I was on the spot trying to find these tracks to play, and I just kept getting these weird, funky, strange grooves. I'm curious how it sounded because this is the first time I tried doing that on stream using this microphone with the drums actually being in another room. I tried to angle the microphone to hopefully pick it up. Do a bit and have it in the background of your streams. Perfect image. You like that? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. If you get an acoustic set image, you remember you'll have to mic up the entire set. That's true. That's true. You're right about that. Yeah, that would be a lot. God, that would be a lot. I'd have to really justify the extra purchases there for the microphones and the interface and all that. But there you go. Yeah, I don't mind drumming. Like if I can, yeah, if I ever, I mean, look, Shadow Link straight up said, he's like, yo, bro, I'll buy you a $1,100 new electric drum kit, which would be crazy. If we ever do that, I will definitely try to figure out how to properly connect it to the PC. So if I ever want to do stuff like this, you'll actually get the highest sound quality possible. You'll basically hear what I hear, you know? The bass and the snare, hi-hats were great. Yeah, I don't know how the ride bell was coming through. I will say my ride cymbal, again, this is an electric kit, it's like glitching out, where I'm not actually hitting the ride bell, but it's triggering the bell. So I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. I guess. Doesn't sound bad. I appreciate that, Ray. I appreciate the compliments, man. Yeah, I mean, I try to play like some more advanced stuff sometimes, but God, certain time signatures and time changes, I just really struggle with. Where I'm like even when I'm sitting there trying to play Outshined, I lost tempo. Now, granted, I'm not wearing the headphones, so I'm trying to just go based off of what I'm hearing coming out of the amp. But man, this is why I always say, like, drummers. Dude, I think I read that Danny Carey of Tool, I think I read that he doesn't use a metronome when playing live. I'm pretty sure that's been confirmed. And I'm like, what? That might be like the single most impressive thing about him. Like, I mean, he's already like considered one of the greatest drummers of all time, like a true masterclass drummer. But then you find out that this insane shit he's playing when they're playing it live, he's not even using a metronome, and he's just keeping that time, dude. I'm like, what? What? That is some. He is a metronome, bro. That is some next level stuff. MBG, I'm a jack of all trades, not only my CPU engineer, audio engineer. Yeah, it seems like it, Perfect Image. Seems like it, dude. Well, guys, I think that's going to wrap up the stream. It was a little bit different today. You know, we strayed certainly away from some gaming-related topics, but it's not a big deal. You know, it's a Friday stream. It's Good Friday. You know, people are getting ready for the holiday, and, you know, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm sure we have excuse me, I'm sure we have some very interesting weeks of gaming news ahead of us. So it's only going to get crazier from here, guys. But before I wrap up and head out, I want to once again extend a massive thank you to everybody who not only tuned into the stream today, but especially those of you who dropped direct support. We ended today somehow. I was not anticipating this with 100 members. Thank you so much. Silent Spartan came in, I think he did like 70 members or something like that. So big shout out to Silent Spartan and everybody else. Michael Wernick dropped 20. Ray dropped 5. You guys are awesome. Thank you. But I also want to make sure I thank everybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations. It's like I continue to say and will do so as long as it remains true. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. So you get my most sincere thank you. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for all the streams. So if you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him some love, show him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. And yeah, Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. I know a lot of people rely on those timestamps, so thank you. Other than that, I put out a news video earlier. You can go check that out if you haven't. Show some extra support there. And I will be taking off tomorrow. You know, I'm going to take Saturday off. And then we'll be back Sunday. I know Sunday is going to be Easter, but I still always traditionally stream on Easter Sunday because I usually, do my stuff later in the afternoon and evening. So we will have a stream unless something changes. We should be back here on Sunday and we'll have a whole new week of who knows what's going to happen. But that's it, guys. Thank you again for hanging out with me. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. Stay safe, and I will catch all of you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.